Excuse me. Good morning, everybody. Welcome in. Hope y'all are doing well today, and happy Tuesday! Happy Tuesday! Hope everyone is doing fantastic today. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, whatever time of day it is for you. I hope you're having a fantastic day thus far. Well, I need some water real quick. Ooh. My allergies have been acting up something fierce these last couple of days, because it's been raining so much. Anyways, other than that, I am doing very well. Thank you for asking, Dark. Screams in high fanboy level? Oh! If it's related to the Nintendo Direct.
Thirsty.
I'm just gonna say this now. If it's related to the Nintendo Direct, the partner showcase, do not spoil. I will be watching it later. Please do not spoil the Nintendo Direct. I want to see it for myself. Okay? Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that. I have my reasons for like skimming through the Nintendo Direct, so don't say anything. Considering that it's live right now, or almost. So almost done, I mean. I'm probably gonna be in and out of this stream today. Didn't get as much sleep as I would have liked. No, that's okay. It's alright, Megrok. If you gotta get sleep, you gotta get sleep. Sleep is important. Excuse me. Although I do want to bring your attention to a little thing that's in the top left corner. I am currently learning how to drive. However, I still will need a method of transportation to get around. Hence why there is a bicycle in the crowdfunding in the top left corner. Wanted to let you know that that was there. Finally finished my final exam this morning, downloaded DDLC and My Singing Monsters on my new Steam yesterday, and I will finally go back to watching Conan after stream. Nice. In terms of Conan, where am I at in Conan? I'm quite far along in Conan at this point. I had to take a bit of a detour because the rewatch list jumps a little bit ahead in terms of episode order. So I haven't been able to watch movie 21 yet. I believe I'm on episode 872? Yeah. 872. I believe. I think. I have to check to be sure. 872 though, dang. That's kind of nuts. Hey Danny, welcome in. Oh goodness, Panhead. I hope that's not the case, but I hope you'll find a way to figure it out. That really stinks. I watched Detective Conan all day yesterday. This is your fault. How is it my fault? You guys are the one that decided to start watching it. I didn't tell you to. You're the ones that started watching it on your own. It's not my fault you got inspired. Not my fault. That's your responsibility. One of us. Influencing us. That's not my fault. That's not my fault. You're the one who chose to watch it. You could have totally ignored it and chosen not to watch it. If they say, oh, Goodness gracious, Snorlax. Arya is innocent here. I just watched the show. I watch the show. I make characters. I make arts. I do my stuff. If they say it's totaled, I'll get money to pay off the remainder and put a down payment on a new car at least. Fair enough. That is fair enough. Still gonna tune in to stream anyway. This wise guy still has a mouth that wishes to gab. Like the Yahoo you know me as. Well, either way, we're happy to have you here, Megaruk. Metal pipe is my favorite button. I kind of figured that out, Snorlax. I kind of figured you liked the metal pipe. Alrighty, though. 5 stream streak to London. Yes. We are off to London. We are off to London. I wonder what awaits us in London. I hate mice even more now. Well, I'm sorry, Panhead.
I hate to disappoint you, but it seems you've failed to ensnare the genuine article.
Wrong franchised, but hey, Professor. Thank you for the latent line. Thank you for the latent line. Anyways, let's go ahead and get into this. We've got an adventure to take care of. Because mice got into my engine and chewed on my wires. Oh, that's why. Oh, I see. Alright. That would be a reason to not like mice. That would definitely be a reason to. Alrighty, though. Let's go ahead and get into the game, though. Alright, here we go. Time to continue our adventure. We're on case 3. The Adventure of the Runaway Room. I'm sorry, I gotta jam out again because it's the usual thing. I gotta. I had to. Anyways, let's go ahead and get into this. Episode 3, The Adventure of the Runaway Room. How can a room run away? It doesn't have legs. It does not have legs. How can a room run away? Well, we're about to find out, I think. The Adventure of the Runaway Room.
After last time, Ryunosuke is carrying Kazuma's legacy, inheriting not just his sword, his fate, his legacy.
Indeed.
A murder in a carriage as it sped
Oh.
through dense London fog in the dead of night. Though the victim and the perpetrator were the only ones inside, there were multiple witnesses to the crime itself. However, none could have imagined at the time that such a seemingly obvious case as this would end in such a horrendous manner. My friend, Mr. Herlock Sholmes, once said of the incident,
I believe that perhaps that case was indeed
the prelude, the beginning of a long concerto that impressive Japanese student and I were to play together.
Oh, animation.
Amazing. Is this really just a railway station?
Wow.
Railway station or not, I've never seen such an enormous building before.
And look at all the steam locomotives. This country is incredible.
Wow. Wow, look at that.
I feel like I'm dreaming.
So this is the capital of Great Britain.
So,
Where to?
Oh, hello.
Climb aboard. I'll take you wherever you want to go.
In that case, the Supreme Court in Whitehall, if you wouldn't mind.
My pleasure. I suppose you're visiting students from abroad, eh?
Yes.
Thought so. Well then, I hope you enjoy your stay.
Well, at least he's being. I hope. At least that he's
And
being.
welcome
Being
to the
nice to
centre
them.
of the world, Great Britain's mighty capital, London.
All right. Well, look at that. Dark, no, I'm not okay. I'm not okay. But we don't talk about it. We don't talk about it. Ugh, excuse me. All right. The 18th of February, 9:21 a.m. British Supreme Court. Lord Chief Justice's office. What an incredible place. It's so imposing. It's almost suffocating. This place is breathtaking. It looks like a fortress. There are some stone buildings like this in Japan. Excuse me. My nose. Pardon me. Let me take a drink and try that again. There are some stone buildings like this in Japan now, of course. But they've only been built in the few short decades since we opened our borders to the outside world. An authentic example like this has quite a different impact, wouldn't you agree? A far cry from the wood and paper most of our buildings are constructed from. That's right! I forget that Japanese buildings at that time were mostly made out of wood and paper. Hence why they burn so easily. Thank you for the hydrate again, even though I just took one. It's certainly unfamiliar. But I think there's more to the differences than just construction materials. For a moment, I thought of that Ryunosuke stepped out of the Devil Hunter when he had that new outfit on. Ah, I see. What is this place again? This is the Lord Chief Justice's office, Naruhodo-san, in the Supreme Court of Great Britain. The Lord Chief Justice. We had instructions to report here at this time, if circumstances were different. We were supposed to let the Lord Chief Justice know that we had arrived from Japan. But Kazuma can't. No. So instead, we are here in a different capacity. As envoys to report the news of Kazuma-sama's death. Yes. And having delivered his or her message, an envoy's duty is done. So, we have to return to Japan. If we want to remain here in Great Britain, I have to take Kazuma's place as the law student selected for the study tour. Yes, which means you need the requisite qualifications as a lawyer. Which is what I've been studying for. Here in Great Britain, it is the Lord Chief Justice who appoints lawyers. So that's the second reason why we're here. To have you officially recognized as a lawyer. It's the only way that we'll be able to remain here in London. I hope I'm up to scratch. Ah, good morning. Sorry for keeping you. Whoa! What an imposing guy! Whoa! Who are you? Who is you? This guy. Eee. Whoa. Is he related to Dame? Is he like the ancestor of Damon Gant or something? Because I'm getting that kind of vibe. You know. Oh.
I trust you aren't too exhausted after your long voyage from Japan. It seems I'm 1 hour, 12 minutes, and 47 seconds late. My apologies. Oh, no. Don't mention it. We're never happier than when we're standing around with nothing much to do. How fortunate. So, introduction. I am Mael Strongheart, Lord Chief Justice of the British Empire.
Wow. So that's the Chief Justice, huh? He is certainly an imposing character. Dang. If he laughs and claps like Gent, I'm jumping into the rafters. Fair enough, Megarock, fair enough.
Ugh. And I feel like a little mouse under an elephant's foot.
Come on, Mr. Naruhodo. Don't be a mouse.
Oh, it's an honor to meet you, Lord Chief Justice Strongheart. I'm Ryunosuke Naruhodo from the Empire of Japan. Well, Mr. Naruhodo. Welcome to London, the capital of our glorious British Empire. Ah, yes. Thank you.
Well, we better tell him what's been going on then. I'm going to continue watching Conan. I'm in the mood to continue watching. No worries, Danny. Hope you enjoy watching Conan. I will definitely be back on the Conan train later after I finish my work and such. London.
So what are your impressions of our capital so far? How do you like London? Oh, help! I've been so nervous ever since I got here that I can't remember a single thing about the city.
It's simply splendid. Isn't it, Mr. Naruhodo? We had a wonderful view of some London streets from the carriage on the way here from the station. Everything is so impressive and grand. I must say I'm almost at loss for words.
I'm glad to hear you like it. The city boasts tramways, piped water, and gas, and even cables supplying electricity. We spearhead every revolutionary new technology in the world. Every visitor to London is astounded.
Oh yes! Astounded is the word. Enjoy your break, Dark.
Thanks for saving me there, Susato-san.
And everyone seems so jolly and full of vigor.
Yes. There's much excitement about the upcoming Great Exhibition we will be hosting here in London. Great Exhibition? Cultural and technological achievements from around the globe are to be exhibited here in our great city. It will be the greatest spectacle of its kind in history, and will make Paris's World Fair look like a toy shop.
Gosh! I can hardly imagine how magnificent it's going to be.
Great Britain's capital city is nothing but magnificent. London is the center of the modern world, even if you do say so yourself. The sun will never set on our great empire. Perhaps it is fate that in these progressive times we welcome visitors from the land of the rising sun.
Perhaps. Well, let's tell him what happened.
Lord Chief Justice, I think you were expecting a student of law for this study tour, weren't you? Absolutely. A Mr. Kazuma Asogi, if my memory serves. That's right. The British government has already been telegraphed a full report on the situation. I understand the young man lost his life aboard the steamship bound for our shores.
So, he's already aware of Kazuma's death.
That's amazing. The news reached him before we even arrived. My country naturally extends its deepest condolences to yours. Oh, thank you. And you honored his appointment specifically to inform me of the news.
Yes. We are here in the capacity of envoys from Japan to report the sad news in person.
They tell me you Japanese are a people of protocol and courtesy, and I see that is true. And it is with some regret that I must inform you that the death of the young lawyer means this study tour arrangement can no longer proceed.
If you would just hear us out, Lord Strongheart.
What do you have to say, madam?
It's about the study tour. Mr. Naruhodo here would like to make a proposal.
Would he now? Well, Mr. Naruto, this is it then. The moment of truth.
Alright. Well, here goes nothing, right?
The thing is, Lord Justice, Lord Strongheart, I was wondering if you could perhaps consider allowing the study tour to go ahead. Don't misunderstand me. Britain would ideally like to see the tour go ahead, but without a lawyer from your country, there's nothing to be done. Well, in that case, what if there was someone else? Another lawyer from Japan, I mean. Is there something I don't know? Only a single lawyer was invited to Great Britain from your country, and that was Mr. Asogi. At least that is what I've been led to understand. Well, the thing is, this really isn't going well at all. I just can't seem to find the right words to say to this man.
Mr. Naruhodo.
I could ruin things here if I'm not careful. What am I going to say? If there's something else from here from Japan who could be described as a lawyer, it's...
Okay. Gotta choose the right thing here. Well... In terms of options, we are limited. Well... There isn't anyone!
It's only been 40 days since Kazuma died. And yes, I've studied hard as I possibly could. But can I really stand before this terrifying man and claim that I can do the job? Sorry, I don't know what I was thinking. Of course only one lawyer. But I'm not sure if I can stand before this terrifying woman and claim that I can't. I'll end up upside down on the floor if I do that. Not that I'm scared of a Susato takedown, obviously. But still, perhaps I should change my answer. It's me. I can do it. That's so. I mean, I don't naturally have any qualifications and such, but no qualifications, you say. And yet you still claim to be a lawyer. I have acted as a lawyer in court before. Only once, as it happens. And I had Kazuma to help me. And I was the accused. But glossing over the details, I've been spending every spare moment on the journey here to Great Britain studying. I've learned all about British law and court proceedings while I was on board the SS Boruya. The voyage from Japan is some 50 days, I believe. Not what you might call a full education. To become a qualified lawyer here in Britain, not only do you need a university degree in law, you must also complete several years of training. I realize it's far too short a period of time, but I can't just go back to Japan. Kazuma, Mr. Asogi's journey has only begun. Coming here on this study tour was all he thought about. I have to carry on and do everything he planned to do. Oh, I know it must sound like I have an overly inflated opinion of myself, but I would do anything to prove that I have what it takes. Any test you care to set me. Just one chance. That's all I'm asking for. Please. 31 seconds. Sorry? Your opening statement there, Mr. Naruto. It was 31 seconds long. Not too brief, not too protracted. A perfectly judged appeal, I would say.
He was timing us?
Well, dang! Which is a skill that would stand you in a good stead as a lawyer. Oh, thanks. So, You're willing to put those words to trial, are you? Well, I'm all for entertainment. Huh? But let me ask you one thing first. Sir. Yes? Say you intend to do everything Mr. Asogi planned to do. Are you firmly set on that path? Well, yes. That's my intention. I see. Am I imagining things? Or did his expression just alter a fraction there all of a sudden? Very well. Have your wish. I'll give you a chance. A test to become a specially certified lawyer. Whether you pass or fail is entirely down to you. Really?
Alright, so we've got a test! We've got a chance! But what is this test?
So, what form will the test take exactly? Tell me, Mr. Naruto, what do you consider the role of a lawyer to be? Well, defending people, of course. Well said. So, let's have you defend someone. Huh? Your timing is perfect, in fact. There's an apt trial about to begin later today. No advocate has been appointed for the defense as yet, so this will be welcoming news.
Oh, so it's a surprise trial! Oh, lovely! Okay.
Today?
Straight away?
If you manage to secure a verdict of not guilty, you'll have passed my test. What could be simpler? How do I get myself into these situations?
Well, could I ask what sort of trial it is, Lord Strongheart?
Yes, good question. Ah, I remember. It's a murder trial.
Of course it's a murder trial! This is Ace Attorney! It's a murder trial! Of course it is! Was there any doubt that this was a murder trial? A murder?
An extremely simple case, I understand. You really can't lose. That's easy to say. But I should mention, just in case, if the defendant is found guilty, he will, of course, be sentenced to capital punishment.
Capital punishment?
He'll be put to death? Here in Great Britain, murderers are sent to the gallows without exception. Presumably you read that much in your short C-based introduction to British law.
We can't possibly agree to such a test. We would be toying with a man's life.
I am the Lord Chief Justice, and I've decided that it's acceptable. But you can't do that, can you? There's no need to overcomplicate this. All you have to do is ensure that you don't lose. So the defendant may live or die, depending on how well I perform in court. If I lose, he'll be hanged. Mr. Naruto, you've come to me claiming to be a lawyer. If you want me to take you seriously, you need to prove you're willing to do a lawyer's job. And you say you intend to see through the will of your compatriot, Mr. Asogi. I would like to understand just how far you're willing to go in order to make that happen. He's testing my resolve. What's the matter? You've fallen silent. I'm sorry, but time is pressing. The trial begins shortly. I need an answer from you now. What's it to be? What do I say? Do I agree to this absurd test?
I'll do it.
Alright then. If I have to give you a decision now, my answer is I can't do it. I can't get the words out. 15 seconds. Your decision making needs work if you want to be a lawyer. That was too slow. So, it's as I suspected, is it? Sorry? You have noble intentions, but lack the resolve to see them through. The test is cancelled. Thank you for stopping by. Go and acquire your ticket for passage back to the east tomorrow. This conversation is over. Yes, Lord Strongheart. Thank you for offering me a chance.
Mr. Naruhodo.
I'm sorry, Miss Susato. But what could I do?
It's alright. I understand.
You?
It's not an easy decision to choose whether to defend a man in these circumstances. But resolve has absolutely nothing to do with it.
What are you trying to say, madam? I think what Miss Susato means is that no matter how badly I'd like to be recognized as a lawyer and stay here in Great Britain, to risk another man's life by treating his one and only chance at a trial so trivially would be utterly unforgivable. And I feel exactly the same way.
Wow, those are some deep words. Good morning, Ray Jared.
I'm sure the defendant won't see this trial as a test, as some kind of experiment. A lawyer may fight for his clients in court day after day, but for each one of those clients, the particular day they stand on the dock may be the only chance they have to fight to prove their innocence. No, I was wrong. I'm not qualified to do that job yet. I'm sorry for wasting your precious time, Lord Chief Justice. Wait, Mr. Naruhodo. Oh, was there something else? It's approximately 20 minutes by carriage to the Old Bailey from here. You leave immediately, you should still be there in time. But I just said that... I was quite serious in what I told you. The defendant in this case has literally no one to advocate for them. What? At this point, he can't hope to find someone to represent him. The trial will begin without a defense. And if that happens, there's only one possible outcome. He will receive the most severe sentence the judge can pass down. But that's awful. But that is the truth.
Why does it have to be like this?
Please don't expect an answer to every question. Cold hard truth of the matter is that there is only one person now with a chance to save this man from a very miserable end.
And that's us, isn't it? Pressure's on.
And that is you. I'm really his only hope. So, what do you say now, madam?
Me? What do you mean, Lord Strongheart?
You said it wasn't an easy decision to choose whether to defend a man in these circumstances, and I agree. But in my estimation, it is purely and simply a matter of resolve.
Oh.
Our time is up here. I have a meeting to attend. I must leave in 2 minutes and 16 seconds. So, venture into our great city and enjoy yourself.
He's gone.
The Old Bailey.
If we're going to do this, Mr. Naruhodo, we must leave at once. Then let's move! Strongheart sounds like strong heart, which sounds fitting for this man here. Agreed. Alright. It's time. Let's do this. The 18th of February, 9:45 a.m. The Old Bailey, defendant's antechamber. Oh, thank goodness we're in time. There's still 15 minutes until the trial begins.
I never knew a horse-drawn carriage could go so fast. I thought my teeth were going to rattle loose.
Did you hear what I said to the driver when we climbed aboard? Get us to our destination in 5 minutes, driver, and there's a guinea in it for you. It's one of my favorite lines from the Herlock Sholmes stories, and it worked quite perfectly.
I'm not sure why you're so pleased. I thought we were going to die, and we had to pay gold for the privilege.
Well, at least we arrived here before the trial started.
Yes, I suppose there's that.
Anyway, I don't understand it. The court clerk said the defendant should be here, but there's no sign of him at all.
So this is the Old Bailey. Even this room for defendants to wait in is grand.
Are you all right, Mr. Naruhodo?
I'm feeling tense, that's all. This place gives me the same sense of foreboding that I remember from the Supreme Court in Japan.
Hopefully we'll finish each trial faster with 4 hours per stream now. Hopefully.
An oppressive air. Almost as if the building itself is going to crush whoever is about to be sentenced. It feels like only yesterday that I was the one about to be crushed.
Yes. Whoever the man you're to defend is, I imagine he's feeling very alone at this moment.
Top of the morning to you, madam. Sir? What are you doing following me here? Things are fair desperate, aren't they? Sorry? Would you look at those expressionless faces? From the East, are yous? We're from Japan, yes. Ah, Japan, is it? Right, say no more. Oh, how much do yous need? No, we're just here because... No need to explain, fella. I've been there myself, so I have. No place to go, nothing to eat, barely a penny to your name, and all while in a strange, faraway land. Well, actually, we haven't found a place to stay yet, no. 'Tis grand, 'tis grand. Let me start by giving you 1,000 guineas. Say none now.
1,000 guineas?
Please, Miss Usato, you don't have to shout.
But 1,000 guineas is enough to build an entire mansion in the most prestigious area of Tokyo.
What? 'Tis nothing to me at all. I like to ensure I have sufficient funds to weather a rainy day, you see. I've enough wealth to buy the city of London 2 or 3 times over. Could that much rain even fall in one day? Well, even so, we couldn't possibly accept such a large sum of money. Ah! That hit me in the eye! Don't get me wrong, fella. I'm not giving it to you no strings attached. I'll be wanting you to do something for me. Oh? To be honest, 'tis a little embarrassing. Trial that's about to begin, you see. It's for me own good self here. I'll be in the dock. So now, what I want you to do is come along with me and stand there beside me. Officially, you'd be my lawyer, but that's just a little detail now. Oh, well, the thing is, don't worry about a thing. All you have to do is stand there next to me. None more. Otherwise, you see, the trial is going to start without me having any kind of representation at all.
So he doesn't get the idea. He doesn't get the fact that we're actually here to defend him.
So it was true. The Lord Chief Justice wasn't making it up.
I'm terribly sorry to have to ask, but does that mean you're the defendant in this trial?
Blustering blazes, do you not know who I am? Me, one of London's biggest names? No, sorry, we've only just arrived in the city, you see. I see. I suppose it isn't altogether impossible. Well, just next to Hyde Park, there in the center of London, is another beautiful park. Sorry, a park? What? It's called McGilded Park. Full of blossoming flowers in the spring and singing birds and whatnot. I donated it to the city, so I did.
An entire park? In central London?
A city of smiles. That's my vision for London. There's nothing Magnus McGilded wouldn't do for the city and its square old people. That's amazing. I mean, really extraordinary. Ah! butt. Now they've the gall to say I'm a good-for-nothing criminal. Me, Magnus McGilded. What is the matter with the London police, I ask you? Alright, don't pass out.
Mr. Naruhodo, perhaps now would be a good time to introduce ourselves while the gentleman catches his breath.
Good idea. Mr. McGilded, the thing is, we're actually here in London to study British law. We're law students on a study tour from Japan, you see. So, if you don't have a lawyer for the trial yet, and you'd be happy to put yourself in our hands, we'll do our best. What was I after saying, you daft idiot? I'm giving you 1,000 guineas to stand up there next to me, haven't I? Well, yes, but I wasn't really offering to just stand there next to you. Oh, I think I see what's going on here. Sorry. I know what you're thinking. This chancer of a fella seems to have more money than the Queen. But if that's true, why the blazes can't he hire the finest lawyer in all of England? Because he did it. That's the only explanation. Well, not at all. Not at all. Although it is a little strange, to be honest. Why you don't have a lawyer, I mean?
Who agrees to shortening Ryunosuke's names through you? It'll be like calling Phoenix Nick. Fair enough.
That would be the fault of the Reaper. Sorry, did he just say Reaper? Aye, the Grim Reaper of the Bailey, Lord Baroque von Zeeks. He's a prosecutor.
Lord Baroque von Zeeks? That is a title! That is a title! Uh-oh. Oh boy. We're gonna get chewed up, aren't we? The prosecutor is the Grim Reaper?
When Von Zeeks stands for the prosecution, they call the accused his sacrificial lambs. And to this day, in every single trial in which he's been the prosecutor, the accused has been damned. Uh-oh! What? So it's reached a desperate situation, where there's no one willing to stand in defense against the fella at all. You could say he's a living legend of the Old Bailey.
This is like Manfred von Karma level, This is like the ancestor of Von Karma, isn't he? He's like Von Karma's ancestor.
You could say he's a living legend of the Old Bailey.
Goodness. Lord Baroque von Zeeks. He must be an exceptionally talented prosecutor then.
Talented, this is the word you're looking for, madam. It's cursed. Cursed? What on earth? The defendant is summoned, and his counsel. Please make your way into the courtroom. The trial is about to begin. His counsel. That would be me. Oh, 'tis time. Well then, fella, don't let me down. But I don't know anything about the case. You haven't told me what happened. Until you showed your face here, I'd make up me mind, so I had. Sorry? I decided I had to defend myself in there. How would that have worked? But then you made me an appearance. A student of law one, you know. 'Tis no accident, I can assure you of that. 'Tis fate. So don't get cold feet now, please. I literally know nothing about the case, or about this man who stands accused. In fact, the only thing I do know is that I can't just turn my back on him.
Good boy, Ryunosuke. Mr. Naruhodo.
The man has no one. He'll have to stand alone in that courtroom, armed with nothing to defend himself. Yes, Something that Kazuma would never have allowed to happen. Counsel to the defense, what are you doing? If you're late for the start of the trial, you will lose your right to stand. I'll be right there. Here we go. It's happening then. My first trial in a British court. I hope you're watching over me, Kazuma. Because I have no idea how I'm going to manage this. Boy. Here goes nothing. The 18th of February, 10 a.m., the Old Bailey courtroom. Look at those flames! Holy moly. So this is the highest court in Great Britain. The game characters mention Kazuma. Arya, sad Arya noises. Oh my gosh. The centuries of history in this place is palpable, isn't it? It's so different to the Supreme Court in Japan.
It feels both imposing and serene at the same time. The atmosphere almost makes words redundant. Whatever the country, determining a person's guilt or innocence is always a solemn affair. May I say something, Mr. Naruhodo?
Oh, yes, what?
Your eyes look ready to pop out of your head again.
I know, but I just can't help it. What? I'm sorry, but what was that pose? What was that freaking pose from the prosecution? Eh? We got a vampire as a prosecutor? Eh? In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session. We are here today to determine the guilt or innocence of Mr. Magnus McGilded. I now call upon the counsels for the prosecution and defense to declare their willingness to proceed. The prosecution is fully prepared. That must be the Reaper of the Bailey. Really does look fully prepared to dispatch his next poor victim to the underworld. Why does he look like a freaking vampire? I just imagine him with a very thick German accent right now. Counsel for the defense, you appear to be Eastern. Do you speak English? Huh? Oh, yes, of course. Sorry. But he asked if the defense was ready. And I couldn't be further from ready if I tried. Those eyes, please. Nipponies. Those eyes! They're scaring me a little bit. And yet, it's like weirdly alluring? I can't explain it. I can't explain it. Huh? They shroud your fear, your doubt, your trepidation. They run wild, clinging to some phantom notion of courage. The quintessential look of a sacrificial lamb. Ugh, the cold shiver just ran down my spine all the way to the tips of my toes. Now, Mr. McGilded. Yes, my lord. You stand accused of murder, a capital offense. You could be sent to the gallows if found guilty. Are you quite sure you wish to entrust your defense to this foreigner? As I've always said, my lord, it's a grand thing to give opportunities to the young. Even if the fella is a student from some little island off in the Far East. Is it not the British way to ignore the dangers of yourself to give those less fortunate a fair chance? I'd like to take that acts of chivalry to the great British Empire proud.
Listen to Mr. McGilded.
What a fine gentleman London has with him. Did you hear that he donated £5,000 to the government the other day?
Mother, please may we go and play McGilded Park? It seems as though everyone in the public gallery is firmly behind Mr. McGilded.
That's definitely welcome news, and he certainly has a way with words. I'm surprised he couldn't convince anyone to defend him. Eloquently put, Mr. McGilded, and most laudable sentiments. Now, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I'm sure I need hardly remind you that you 6 members of the public have been selected for your impartiality. Are you ready to proceed?
Oh, and we have a jury! Oh, this is gonna be new. This is new.
Yes, my lord. If the task is to send rotters to the gallows where they belong, I'm more than ready.
At the manor, his lordship always says we should dispose of rubbish promptly. Naturally, I agree.
Ah! Any criminals here will soon be wishing they never set eyes on me. A failed chill.
Oh, don't mind me, my dears. I'll just be getting on with my knitting. Must finish these mitts for my grandson. Ah, Mr. Naruhodo, those people are...
The jury. Yes, that's something we don't have in Japan yet.
That's right. I've only ever read about it. But here in Great Britain, the court's final verdict depends on the opinions of these 6 jurors. The judge passes sentence according to the law, but the jurors determine guilt based on common sense. So the defendant is ultimately judged from 2 completely different points of view.
How exactly do the jurors give their verdict?
That I don't know, but I'm sure it will become clear as the trial progresses.
Yes. Prosecutor Von Zeeks. My lord. It's been a number of years since we've seen you here in the courtroom. I thought you'd renounced your fame. I'm known as the Reaper of the Bailey, my lord. Infamy rather than fame, I would say. But yes, 5 years have passed since I last spread my wings in this capacity.
Oh, so he hasn't been in the courtroom for 5 years. Wow.
Oh, what brings you back? Is there some change of circumstances of which the court should be aware? I leave that to your imagination, my lord.
Okay, not gonna lie, that was kind of cool. Not gonna lie, that was kind of cool.
So the Reaper has been out of action for 5 years. Why did he have to choose today of all days to make a comeback?
Don't lose heart, Mr. Naruhodo.
As you wish, sir. The court nevertheless welcomes your return. Now then, opening statements, I think. A summary of the case, if you please. Certainly, my lord. As your lordship is aware, this is a case of overwhelming simplicity. Must be the only ones in here who aren't aware. The incident took place in the late evening, 3 days past. The hour was some minutes after 10. The victim was a maker of building bricks known in the community as the Thrice-Fired Mason. Sorry? Thrice? He was a very accomplished craftsman. The bricks he fired were said to be almost indestructible. The victim's corpse was discovered in an omnibus in service on the streets of London at the time. A dagger that has said to be thrust into the victim's abdomen is believed to be the ultimate cause of death. Here is the autopsy report from the investigating medical officer at Scotland Yard. Thank you, Counsel. I shall accept that in the photograph as evidence.
Autopsy report. A report prepared by the Scotland Yard coroner. It gives the cause of death as internal hemorrhaging as a result of a single stab wound to the abdomen. A lot more detailed than what was in Japan, huh? Crime scene photograph. A photograph of the victim taken on the omnibus. The knife in his abdomen is clearly visible, but his face is partially obscured from view by an old crooked hat.
And one further item of evidence. The prosecution wishes to submit these as well. And these are... Good Lord! Is that blood, Counsel? Yes, my lord. Seized by a policeman who arrived at the scene. These gore-soaked gloves were taken from the hands of the accused when he was arrested. What? Mr. McGilded's gloves had blood on them? Yes, I will accept these as evidence as well.
Defendant's leather gloves. The leather gloves the defendant was wearing at the time of the incident. There is a blood stain on the right glove.
How did I get into this? I backed into a corner before I even started.
Yeah, well, you can. Why is the vampire guy giving me Edgeworth vibes? I mean, you ain't wrong. You're not wrong.
Continuing. According to the driver of the omnibus, there were only 2 passengers traveling inside his vehicle at the time. Only 2? Obviously, one of those passengers was the deceased rape maker, Mr. Mason. The other was the accused, Magnus McGilded. Oh. Well, rather damning circumstances, to say the least. Defendant, what say you?
Well, of course, I have no recollection of such a thing.
Mr. McGilded.
To be sure, I rode the omnibus that evening. But whenever I'm in a carriage, I'm taken with a fierce tiredness, and I always succumb to it.
Are you claiming to have been asleep?
It's the motion of the carriage, my lord. Little thing so it is, and when I opened my eyes again, 'twas a desperate sight before me. The body of a man I'd never laid eyes on before in me life. Now I ask yous, what good-hearted soul wouldn't rush to have a fella bleeding from his stomach? I wasn't about to start worrying about me gloves now, was I? I reached out to give the man a hand.
So the blood got onto the gloves then, after the man had been killed. Unfortunately, that statement of the driver's is only the beginning.
What? That's not all of it?
There were multiple witnesses. The precise moment of which the brickmaker was fatally stabbed.
Uh-oh.
Order! 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 When the killing took place, only the victim and the accused were inside the carriage, and there were witnesses to the crime. This is not just a case of compelling evidence. It's the nail in the coffin for the accused. Thank you, Counsel. The circumstances of the crime have been made quite clear. I think we will hear testimony from these witnesses first of all. Your wish is my command. Bailiff, bring the witnesses in at once.
Okay, why is this guy so dang cool? Why is he so cool? These flamboyant motions, you know? Why is he so cool? Okay, then. 3 witnesses.
Witnesses, your names and occupations. My name is, well, everyone calls me Beppo. I drive an omnibus in the East End. Bruce Fairplay. I'm a banker in the city. My name's First. Lady First. I, make hats for gents. Let's begin by confirming the facts. 3 days ago, at a short time after 10 o'clock in the evening, all of you present in the stand were in an omnibus and witness to the aforementioned incident. Is that correct? Yes, sir. Quite right. Yes, sir. That's right, sir. Very well, then. Let's proceed to your formal testimonies, please. Each of you will tell the court precisely what you saw. Oh, here we go. But you know what? Before we start that, though, I'm gonna save real quick and take my break before we get into the testimonies. Goodness gracious, all of that took an hour. Holy moly, that's nuts. I'm glad I've extended the stream times. Holy moly. Because just that first part took an hour. Oh, goodness. Alright, bye, Squid James. Thank you for stopping by. Hope you have a great rest of your day. Stay sharp. Alright, and I will be taking my break real quick. I will be right back. Don't go anywhere. I will return shortly. BRB! Yes, kill all the spindle legs with fire. Kill them all. Good morning, Dark. Welcome in. Good to... Excuse you. Well. If you heard that, Chad. I'm sorry, what? Someone got, oh my god. Oh no. Oh, I am hot on his heels. Wow. Haha. I actually might win this. Oh my gosh. Wow. You saw it right here, guys. Woohoo. Yeah. First time I've ever beaten him at that. You have to start hitting on... Not hitting on Clayton. Wow. Apparently my wording is not being appropriate. There we go. Oh, nope. There was one more.
Yeah, I have got to get me one of these.
Flying pan? I meant frying pan. Whoops. The flying pan. Whee! Oh my gosh. Ah! Wah! Aria! Earthquake? Earthquake! Wow. Well, that was a shock. Are you okay? I'm fine. Earthquake. Oh my gosh. I bet earthquake. Oh my goodness. There we go. That's it. That's it. We know who it is. It's Stampa. There's no debate. There's no debate. It's Stampa. Everyone agree with me? No debate here? No debate. No! Perfection. No debate. Yes. Yes. Let's go. You heard the chat. Let's go. Stampa it is. Ba-bing. Absolutely. Well now, little Stampa. You be a good kitty now, okay? Oh my gosh, this is gonna be so fun. I object!
Well, too bad it's too late. I don't even like ranch dressing. Ouch! That hurt. A victory fanfare combined with a little pipe falling. Oh my gosh, that was hilarious. Oh my gosh. Someone clip that, please. Oh my gosh. What a combination is right. Ooh. Jolly Ranchers. That's one of my favorites too. Definitely love the Jolly Ranchers. They're just so jolly and happy and fun to eat. That was weird. I will never say that again. I will never say that again. Oh, there he is. No way. Come back. I want to say hello. Two. Yes. And we have two.
I will have order.
Oh, I will have order. I will have order. Ow. Ow.
Axel, please. The name's Lee.
Got it memorized. What? How? How? That was pure luck. Oh my gosh. A dino. Wow. That's awesome. How did you get that, Grima? The timing. Someone clip that. That is like perfect timing. What? What is the timing? I can't. I'm just gonna, I can't. Lulu, I can't.
Thirsty.
I give it the hydrate. Alright.
What?
Just got kissed by Warnheart. With stomach? What do you stop? Get out of here. Get out of here. I'm going to. You're stealing my face. Get out of here. Oh my gosh. I need to read. Give me my face back.
I lost the face. No.
It's mine now.
He kisses you. Like this.
You knocked my headphones off.
Sorry, Professor, but I slept through the whole thing too.
Professor,
What a time to end that clip. Professor, there's a metal pipe on my head! Oh my gosh, that was perfect timing, not gonna lie. Alrighty though, I am back. I return, I am ready. Let's continue on with this, this mess of a trial that we're going to be starting. Oh boy. Shall we discover what in the world these witnesses have to say? Let's hope it's not, entirely conclusive, but we don't always have that kind of prayer. So, let's just see what we can do. It was the last bus of the evening, so I had few customers. I remember it well. The victim and the man accused of killing him were sat next to each other inside the bus. And out of the blue, the accused just reached over and plunged a knife right into his guts. That's right. He stabbed him. I screamed, I did. Couldn't help it. As soon as I heard the scream, I stopped my bus. And then I saw it too. Unambiguous testimony, I must say. Exactly, my lord. These men witnessed the incident in the omnibus with their own eyes.
I'd like to ask a question, if I may. Yes, counsel? Well, this testimony makes absolutely no sense to me whatsoever. Why not?
Hello everyone. Tis
Hey,
Ash.
Dar-
And
Oh,
now
it's
it is
Ash.
plug time. If
Hey,
you're enjoying the
Ash.
stream, make sure to leave a follow and check out Lady Arya's ASMR YouTube channel.
Check out the
You
vlogs
can also
channel,
type
too.
exclamation mark merch and throne to support our boss Angel even more. You can also use Twitch Prime to give a Prime sub once per month to your favorite streamers.
Yes.
Please consider following Lady Arya's new YouTube channel so you're always caught up with the VODs. Enjoy the stream, Shade Slayers.
Yes, indeed. Type exclamation point VOD. There you go. There it is for you.
Well, the incident took place inside a moving carriage, didn't it? As has been clearly stated from the outset, yes. Well, in that case, how could those two witnesses possibly have seen what had happened? There's no way they could have seen the inside of a moving carriage. How? Wait. I'd read that civilization in the Eastern Islands nation was a good century behind our own. But you're here in London yourself. Are you really so ignorant about the omnibuses? Huh? Tell me, my Nipponese friend, have you ever traveled in an omnibus? Well, no. Well, we only just arrived in London this morning. No matter. I've arranged for us all to see for ourselves. The actual scene of the crime, that is. What do you mean? The actual scene? How? A carriage is designed to be moved, after all. Presumably you understand that much. Yes. The omnibus in which this bloody crime took place is here today, in this very building. Here? What? The entire carriage? Bailiff. Hey, Mr. Vampire Guy, stop being so dang cool. Yeah. Bring forth the stricken omnibus. That's not an omnibus. The omnibus. I can't believe they could bring something so enormous in here. Great Britain's courtrooms are amazing.
What did we miss? Well, Ryunosuke is kind of being put to trial by fire here to prove that he's actually a lawyer. So, we're kind of in the middle of a trial at the moment.
As you can see, the omnibus is pulled by 2 horses and can carry up to 8 passengers. Four passengers seated inside in the enclosed cabin, and another 4 on the rooftop deck above. Every Londoner knows that the best views of the city's architectures and sights are to be had from the top of an omnibus. And I should point out to our foreign guests that there is a skylight in the roof, allowing a view of the interior from the seats above. Ah, skylight. Oh! The penny drops at last, I see. These 2 gentlemen were occupying the rooftop seats on the omnibus when the murder took place. That is how they came to witness the grim incident. Through the skylight. That makes perfect sense. Well, counsel, this is a first. In all my years behind this bench, I've never experienced the crime scene itself being brought into the courtroom. There are a number of important clues remaining inside the carriage, my lord. I would like to submit the omnibus itself as evidence. That is the prosecution's wish. Very well. I see no reason why not. The omnibus is hereby formally accepted as evidence.
Omnibus. The 8-seater omnibus that was the center of the crime. Was the scene of the crime, my bad. There were passengers both inside the carriage and on the roof deck that night.
I can't believe it. The entire crime scene entered as evidence?
Yes! Great Britain is simply extraordinary. Psst, Arya, let's call that guy Vampire Edgeworth. No, if I have to address him by a name, I'll call him Zeeks. Or Von Zeke, Vazeeks, or something like that. So that it shortens it.
I could help myself a lot by giving that omnibus a thorough examination, seeing it's here.
Well, fair enough. Why not give it a thorough look over? Let's give it a look over. Well, let's open the door and go inside, shall we?
Ugh. Scene of a murder. It's horrible.
Alright, so now we're inside. So this is where the victim was.
That's blood that soaked into the seat. The victim's, obviously.
Yes, and that seat would be clearly visible from the roof deck.
Would you really stab someone in full view of the other passengers like that, I wonder?
Well, it was after dark, and there was a lamp on in here, so perhaps the culprit couldn't see anything outside through the skylight.
Whichever way you look at it, it doesn't seem like it was a planned attack.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like it was premeditated.
Ah, that's a poster for the great exhibition that's due to start 6 months from now. There's a lot of focus being drawn to the Crystal Tower, the centerpiece of the whole exposition.
Oh, the Crystal Tower. It's under construction already, I believe. People all over London must be fizzing with excitement at the prospect of such a grand event. Have you seen enough? Let's step up outside then. Let's take a look at everything on the outside. Really? Phoenix Wright Omnibus? Oh boy. Wow. I see. I see. Well, let's take a look at this skylight then, shall we?
You can certainly see inside the carriage through this opening, that's for sure.
Yes, and there's a lamp in the enclosed cabin, so I'm sure the witnesses would have been able to see quite clearly.
That's not good for us.
Let's see. Is there anything else of an interest that we may need to look at? Acknowledgements of other games. What? Well, at this point, kind of to be expected. Well, let's see then.
Let us continue with proceedings. Your cross-examination, counsel. Pray don't expect this Nipponese stray to understand the intricacies of a British court's examination rights. Right. My first cross-examination in a British court. Focus, Ryusuke. Focus!
Here we go! It's about that time! Two customers. Victim and the man accused of killing him were sat next to each other. Then out of the blue, the accused just reached over and plunged a knife right into his guts. All of a sudden,
You actually saw the moment it happened. Didn't I already testify to that? For our fair dinkum, hard-working city bankers not considered trustworthy these days.
I don't think that's the case.
Oh, no. I didn't mean that. This is no good. I've really got his back up. Perhaps you could just tell us what you saw in a little more detail, if that's...
My lord,
Juror number 3, what's the meaning of this?
my mind is made up, my lord. Completely and utterly made up.
Made up about what?
I don't like the stinking rich. Never have. They're always up to something or other that they shouldn't be. Every single one of them. And that little leprechaun of a man is no exception. Well, he can't fool me. Ah! There's no point in wasting time listening to any more of this. That's my opinion on the matter anyway.
That is precisely what I was about to say. As the foreman of the jury, it's my duty to set a good example to my fellow jurors. What the? What is happening here?
Let me see. Ah, yes. It seems that's how the members of the jury give their verdicts.
With fire?
Apparently, yes. White for innocent and black for guilty. As the 6 members of the jury make up their minds about the case, one by one they each cast a ball of fire into the great scales of justice, as we saw a moment ago.
So if those enormous scales fall completely to the black side, does that mean...
Let's do our very best to make sure that doesn't happen.
Oh, now I'm even more worried than I was before. Very well. The court acknowledges the change in the jury's stance. Counsel for the defense, please continue with your cross-examination. This is a nightmare.
How about a little more information on that? Going back a bit. No.
What the? Alright, so when it happened, only people in the enclosed cabin area were the victim and the defendant. And so help me, 3 whole people witnessed the man I'm trying to defend do the deed.
I don't like to be pessimistic, but we do seem in a rather difficult situation here.
Ugh. What am I supposed to think here? Is Mr. McGilded really innocent? Or could it be?
Before we jump to conclusions, our first task should be to gather information. We need to understand the case much better than we do at the moment.
Yes, you're absolutely right.
To be fair, the previous game had spirits possession and such, so a guy that looks like a vampire should be considered normal at this point. Fair enough. How about some more information on that?
You stabbed him, you say? And you were sitting up on the roof deck, were you? Yes, that's right, sir. I was up on the roof seats. I remember seeing the little gent sitting next to the fellow that was stabbed. I'd been thinking about a new hat design, you see. I was just gazing absent-mindedly around. But then, I happened to look down through the skylight. It was sticking right out from his belly. That huge, great knife. A grim sight indeed. Ah, that didn't help me at all. The jury look like they're even more convinced my client did it than they were before.
That appears to have made everyone even more dubious that Mr. McGilded is telling the truth. If only we had some evidence to counter their suspicions.
Mr. First, Yes, sir. Is this the knife you saw? Oh, good grief! Yes, that's it! The very one, sir! Is that? Yes, Counsel. This is the blade that was driven into the victim's belly like a stake through the heart. That is a blade of considerable size, Counsel. It is. And furthermore, the scabbard is emblazoned prominently with a certain initial. The letter M, which seems oddly familiar. Please no. M. Or Magnus, perhaps. Or McGilded, possibly. Take your pick. It seems this particular big name in London made a magnificent mistake.
Objection!
But there are M's everywhere. Yes, like in Mason.
Objection!
This blade is far too extravagant for a poor brickmaker to have owned. No, this weapon of murder almost certainly belongs to the accused. Not conclusive, but certainly compelling, Counsel.
Murder weapon. A largish knife that was found lodged in the victim's abdomen. Its quality and fancy ornamentation suggest it must be quite valuable. Stake in the heart. This line have a bigger impact coming from a vampire-looking guy. I think that's the point. My lord, if you'll forgive the interruption.
Children number 2. Go on.
Mr. McGilded is a pillar of society and a gentleman, and a gentleman's word should be sacrosanct. However, those of us in service know that we must accept hard truths.
Wait, what are you about to...
Dispose of the rubbish!
No.
I don't wish to cause offense, but I do like to eradicate all traces of filth and grime. I have painstakingly typed every word uttered here today and cross-referenced all the facts. As such, I'm now in a position to draw the only logical conclusion.
Not again.
That's 4 out of 6 jury members who've proposed a guilty verdict. There are only 2 left.
We've had it. Every time I press these witnesses for more information, I just make the situation worse.
Nevertheless, what we need more than anything at the moment is more information. We're still very much in the dark.
I suppose I'll just have to keep pressing the witnesses, knowing that more sparks may well fly.
We mustn't give up hope that we'll uncover something that will give us a way to fight back.
But... Alright, I'll keep trying. I can't give up. Just need to keep calm and listen to the witnesses' statements again.
Crap is right. We got a lot going on here. But we need the information, otherwise we don't know anything about this case. Well, let's hear a little more then.
What exactly did you see?
Oh, well, sir, that would be the passenger, sir. Yes, collapsed on the floor, he was.
And by the passenger, obviously you are referring to the victim, Mr. Mason, the brickmaker.
And the other passenger that had the knife in his hand. Like this.
By the other passenger, obviously you are referring to the accused, Mr. Magnus McGilded.
And then he plunged it down like this. Just stabbing the other passenger in the belly.
What?
Uh-oh. That's not good. That's not good.
Order! Order! It is hard to believe one of London's greatest philanthropists. But this is damning indeed. The law knows no philanthropist, my lord. Only the innocent and the guilty. Good deeds mean nothing when overshadowed by evil. The truth is everything.
Couldn't agree more, sir. The truth.
Alright, so when it happened, the only two people in the enclosed cabin were the victim and the defendant. And so help me.
Oh, I already read this. Let's see. Van Zeeks makes gain a spot in my favorite AA characters by the end of the stream. We shall see. A little concerning, but we have got a lot to get through here. Let's see. What do we need to do, though? Let's see. We'll have to... Let's see if we can get some more information by pressing everything. We have to press everything by the looks of it. I'm so confused at this point. But it looks like we just have to press our luck here. Literally. Quite literally. So we'll have to press the first two statements. Who says leprechauns aren't real? Sure. Well, let's press everything then.
Yes, I think it was sometime after 10, wasn't it?
Oh, yes, sir. That's right, sir. It's ever so cold it was, sir. For freezing, in fact.
And you had 4 passengers on board at the time. Is that correct?
Yes, that's right, sir. Not all traveling in the same parts of the bus, of course. No.
And there were no other passengers when the incident took place. Not one alighted, for example. No one alighted, for example.
You're quite right with that, sir. No other passengers like that. No, none.
But nobody fled the scene of the crime then.
Now, I have to say, the boss insists on it running. He does every evening. That last bus of the day. But I do wonder sometimes if it's altogether worthwhile. Yes, sorry to say.
What do you mean by that?
Well, with what it being so cold and everything, and only making 20 pence on the run, you see. Yes, I spend that much at the pub on the way home just trying to warm up again. I just can't believe it, sir. I can't believe it. I'm a murder on my own bus. It's too awful to think about. I haven't been able to shake this cold ever since it happened.
My lord, I wish to speak. Yes, juror number 5. Do I take it that you too, as the master of the London Guild of Coachmen, the idea of a murder being committed in one of the city's carriages is utterly abhorrent to me. Wouldn't be right to make a decision before hearing all the facts, though, I said to myself. But I've heard enough now. The horse has bolted us.
No, please, just keep an open mind a little long. Gee up now, Silver Blaze. The finish is in sight.
Ever was a long-standing member of the guild, and I trust what the man says.
Oh, thank you, sir.
You're too kind, sir. Oh, it's too unkind, sir. Which now means that 5 jurors agreed to condemn the man. Madam Juror number 6.
Yes, dear. What can I do for you?
You have heard the testimony of the witnesses on the stand.
Oh, yes, I certainly have. Still got my hearing, you know.
Then, pray tell, why are you yet to pronounce your leaning?
Well, dear, the thing is, I'm a creature of habit, me. I always go to the park at around this time of day and sit on a nice bench and get on with my knitting. There's a lovely little park just near where I live. The Gilded Park, it's called. The gentleman donated it to the city, you know, to put a smile on the Londoner's face, he says. I can't imagine such a fine young gentleman would have it in him to take another man's life.
He's always doing wonderful things for the city. That's right. A man like that wouldn't stab someone, surely.
Mother, when we go to the McGilded Public Library later and borrow some more books?
How many Londoners live with their heads in the clouds? Do you people not know? What kind of a man Magnus McGilded really is? What kind of a man he is? The philanthropist Magnus McGilded has enough wealth to purchase the entire city he claims to value so highly. But where did all that wealth come from? The proprietor's a Shylock, sir, and one with the very darkest of souls. What?
Stone the crows!
McGilded lends money at extortionate rates of interest, so his victims have no hope of repaying him. When they default, he takes possession of everything they own. He is a vulture that preys on the weak.
I've never heard any mention of that before.
Your faculties have haven't deserted you, I'm sure, madam. If this thought has not crossed your mind, would a man wealthy enough to buy London in its entirety not have a carriage of his own? What possible reason could this man have had to make use of a public omnibus service? You're not saying that the victim, a poor brickmaker, had next to nothing to his name save considerable financial liability. It will come as no surprise that his creditor was the accused, Magnus McGilded. But let it all be known that the day Mr. Mason was killed, it was the final repayment date for his debts. Good gracious! The brickmaster was destitute. He had lost his house. He had not a shilling to which to repay his debts. And in the end, his pitiful soul had the very last thing he owned taken away from him, his life. By the merciless philanthropist pretender, Magnus McGilded. I don't believe it.
If I might add something briefly.
Miss Susato?
You claim that the victim had been lent money by Mr. McGilded. But where is the evidence to support your claim? Why are we drinking wine in court?
Pray forgive the discourtesy of filling my hallowed chalice in a court of law. Aha! There it is! Lord Van Zeke's hallowed chalice! How can this be considered acceptable? But I find myself in an unexpectedly good humor. I had learned ladies from the Far East could show great courage, but I didn't expect to experience it myself.
As judicial assistant, As judicial assistant to the defense, I am simply doing my job.
What a pity that your display of courage is in vain. This is the debtor's ledge, which details all monies loaned by the accused. We'll find the victim's name clearly recorded inside.
Oh.
Allow me to present this ledger as evidence. and pray forgive the discourtesy of raising my challenge in a toast to enigmatic East at the same time. A marvelous toast, Counsel. I will gladly accept this new evidence.
The debtor's ledger, a catalog of people who had borrowed money from the defendant at a high rate of interest. It includes the victim, who owned 20 guineas.
Ah, yes, 20 guineas. The victim owed a considerable sum, and the accused made quite certain he had ample recompense.
Well, it would seem I've had the wool pulled over my eyes.
Regrettably, madam, that is the modus operandi of the accused.
And it's such a pretty little park, too. What a scoundrel! Still, maybe it's all for the best.
Ah! Wait a minute! Let's think about this a little more before...
I don't stand for nonsense.
The last juror's decision.
According to this Encyclopedia of British Law, when all members of the jury have concluded that the defendant is guilty, court proceedings are suspended, and the presiding judge will deliver the final verdict and sentence. That is what it says here.
The final verdict. It's over then.
Oh! There's a footnote, though.
A footnote?
However, the defense...
All 6 members of the jury are now in agreement in this case. Allow me to convey my respect for your swift and righteous decision. According to the laws of this country, I will now conclude the trial by delivering my final verdict. I trust there are no objections. Miss Susato, just tell me one thing.
Oh, yes?
You were in the middle of saying something before. The footnote in your Encyclopedia of British Law. However, the defense. What did it say next?
Oh, yes, of course. One moment. When all members of the jury have concluded that the defendant is guilty, court proceedings are suspended, and the presiding judge will deliver the final verdict and sentence. Then the footnote says, however, the defense has the right to demand a summation examination of the jurors at this point.
A summation examination?
Objection!
A summation examination? From which century has that tome you have there been resurrected?
Ah!
Judging from the binding, I would say that book is at least 50 years old. Any modern text on British law wouldn't even give such an antiquated procedure a mention. It's a relic, long forgotten and certainly no longer practiced. So you're out of luck.
Oh.
What even is it, Miss Susato? This so-called summation examination?
Oh, one moment, and I'll read about it.
Would demand the right to a procedure before you even understand what it entails. Typical Nipponese.
Wow, that's rude. All right, Mr. Naruhodo. I think I understand. It seems that under this procedure, we would be able to appeal to the members of the jury.
Do what exactly?
Appeal to them to change their leaning and reverse their decisions. And it says here that if successful, the proceedings of the trial must be resumed.
Make them reverse their decision. Yes, in times gone by, baristas would use the summation examination to attempt to influence the jury's decision. But that procedure became something of a formality with no practical benefit, really. So it rather fell out of use.
I wonder why.
Because it was devoid of purpose. Changing just one member of the jury's mind would be hard enough, let alone several. No self-respecting defense barista would even assert his right to try this day and age.
Still, I don't see any mention of the procedure actually being formally revoked.
What are you suggesting?
I'm suggesting that although it may be antiquated and largely forgotten, it isn't yet extinct.
Oh.
What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo?
The summation examination. Our last possible option. We assert our right to carry it out, or admit defeat.
We will insist on it. We don't really have another choice, do we? We don't really have another choice here. Let's do it.
The defense wishes to assert its right to a summation examination, my lord.
Objection!
London is the capital city of the most powerful nation on earth. We have a duty to the world to exemplify the very highest standards of judicial procedure. Summation examinations are an embarrassment that should remain buried.
Objection!
But if it's our right, it's our right. I believe it could prove vital in this trial. The defense's petition is perfectly valid. Court will proceed with the summation examination. This is madness.
If anime has taught us anything, it's to be stubborn in defeat. Exactly.
Foreman, are you and the remainder of the jury ready? Well, I'm not, There was no mention of this in the letter I've seen, so... All members of the jury will be asked to explain on what grounds they have reached a decision. On what grounds? You must all justify your decisions and explain why you believe the defendant to be guilty. Well, my lord, you're rather putting us on the spot.
This is most irregular. No mention of this was made before.
I don't really hold with all this justifying lark. That seems to have thrown the jurors off.
It seems none of them have experienced this before.
All right then. Summation examination. A defense procedure no practicing lawyer has attempted for years, is it? Well, just maybe. It might be the opportunity we've been looking for, to turn this trial around. So be it then. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the court hereby calls upon you. States the grounds on which you find the defendant, Magnus McGilded, guilty of this most serious crime.
Boy, here goes. Initial findings. Juror's contention.
There was no one else inside the carriage at the time, so it has to have been him.
Oh, the music! Ooh! I like it! I trust the driver. He has an excellent memory, it seems. 4 passengers, with fares totaling 20 pence. He stuck the chap next to him just like this. Brazen, I must say. Absolutely brazen. I have simply typed and collated all the statements made thus far and drawn the logical conclusion.
You can trust the guild. Fair fares is our motto. We haven't raised prices above 4 pence for years.
A scoundrel! Stabbing that poor man on the floor! It's beggars belief!
I'm starting to wish I hadn't pushed for this now.
Some of the jurors don't seem to have wonderfully formed arguments, though, do they?
Well, let's see what we can do. We need to get these 6 people to change their minds. I'll throw everything I can at them, and use some very persuasive language.
Just a moment, Mr. Naruhodo. According to my book, it's not quite how it works.
Oh? I thought I was going to have it thaw their icy minds with some heartwarming rhetoric about the defendant.
Unfortunately, once the jurors have decided the defendant is guilty, they're unlikely to heed anything the defense says.
But then...
They've reached their conclusions by their own reasoning, you see. Your pleas will sound like excuses. In fact, it could recoil on you. The more you try to persuade them, the more entrenched they may become.
Then what on earth am I supposed to do?
Oh dear. I'm just citing what I've read about British law, Mr. Naruhodo.
Right, I'm sorry. Do you have any idea how to make this work then?
Well, from what I can understand, the key to this procedure is using the jurors' own words to make your arguments.
What do you mean?
Oh, I see. Well, the 6 members of the jury are randomly selected members of the public. They may appear to present a united front, but the truth is, they are complete strangers who just happen to find themselves here in the courtroom together.
And that's the way to break them down, you mean?
Yes, exactly. We must listen very carefully to what each member of the jury says, and see if we can identify any contradictory statements. If we can, we then contrast the statements and pit the corresponding jurors against each other.
I see. So it's contradictions in what 2 or more jurors say we're looking for. In a way, then, this is similar to regular cross-examination.
Oh, yes, I suppose you're right.
Find contradictions in their statements and pit the jurors against one another to break them down. Right, I might be able to pull this off. No, that's not right. I have to pull this off. Can we start proceedings, counsel? I would ask you to take the stand for this. I'm expecting a clear and concise rebuttal. Yes, my lord.
The defense's rebuttal. I did notice that 2 of them were different from each other. So let's get this here. So we have juror number 2 here. I believe it's juror number 5? Yeah. He has an excellent memory, 4 passengers with fares totaling 20 pence. Hasn't raised above 4 pence. Wait a minute. These 2 statements contradict each other. Let's see what this does then.
Objection!
2 statements clearly contradict each other. Hey, you! Explain yourself, counsel.
Me? Oh dear, what have I said?
I swear on Silver Blaze's maiden name, I haven't the first idea what you're talking about.
Objection! Let's go!
According to the group testimony we've heard so far, there were 4 passengers on the omnibus that night in question. And according to the coachman, Mr. Beppo, he took 20 pence in fares.
Quite right. I have those precise details typed neatly here in front of me.
And juror number 5 also told us the following. The fare for the omnibus is always 4 pence. That is it. A fair and convenient single price, just the way London's carriages should be operated. But that doesn't add up at all. In fact, it leaves a glaring discrepancy in the facts. Why, man? Why? 4 passengers paying 4 pence each. If you do the multiplication.
Ah! It would be 16 pence!
Exactly. As I said, it doesn't add up. The figures are different. By 4 pence, in fact. Or precisely, 1 person's fare. 1 person's fare? Yes. In other words, on the omnibus that night, it's distinctly possible there was another passenger we've heard nothing about. Good gracious! This can't be right. The coachmen of the guild are good, honest men, one and all. Trustworthiness is our watchword.
The figures your coachman claims most certainly do not add up. Your watchword, good sir, is a fallacy.
I beg your pardon? Mr. Guildmaster, I think you ought to consider that if this trial were to end now, the news will surely spread all over London. The news that one of your coachmen tried to hide the facts that he lets nefarious characters ride his omnibus.
Hey!
Alright then, how do I make it so this miserable trial doesn't end, hmm?
Well, according to my book here, you simply launch a ball of fire into the innocent side of the set of scales.
Now hold your horses there, coachman. We're all in agreement. Why do you have to go and wait till I get my hands on you, Beppo? Ah, this is all very irritating.
Begging your pardon, sir. I'm going to do the same.
For the love of Mike, not you as well.
This is turning into a fun adventure. A penny can be the difference between a smile and a tear, after all. I certainly can't put my trust in someone who doesn't follow my exacting standards in financial matters.
Oh, really?
I, for one, think it's only proper that we hear from the witnesses again. Oh, well done, Mr. Naruto! You did it! If we can manage to change 2 more jurors' minds, we can force the trial to continue.
2 more. Actually, there is something else that's bothering me about a couple of their assertions.
That's when you must strike next.
I need to pit 2 more jurors against each other and show there's another contradiction in their assertions.
Exactly. You can do it.
Well, scales of justice have shifted, but they still weigh heavy on the side of guilt. Counsel, you have the floor again. Continue with your summation examination.
All right. Well, on that note, I'm going to save real quick before we figure out this next part and take my break again. I'm going to be taking a break every hour. All right. I will be right back, everybody. Don't go anywhere. I will return very, very soon. BRB!
No, it's fine. I was just in my head is all. Really nice to meet you, Lyra. Okay, bye. You're cool.
Ah, June.
Arya likes you! Saying! Okay, where are we going?
Okay, we're going to the town hall to go talk to Lucia. Oh, and there's Liam. Hello.
Oh, hang on. Yeah.
You're just exposing me like that? Diamond? Are we in Minecraft? Excuse me? Eh? Flip that, please. What? We just in Minecraft. We've come to Minecraft. This isn't Harvest Moon anymore. This is Minecraft.
Are we ready? Are we ready to fight? Wired? Oh my gosh! What is going on here? Donald and Goofy, stop! You need to stop.
This is actually rather good. What's wrong? A worm?
Nothing. Can't taste a thing.
Uh-oh. Well,
We learned what we need to. Let's look for that cave.
that's really sad. Velvet has no taste anymore. Oh. No sense of taste, I mean. Ah, Wow. Words are important.
I mean, I appreciate the. Oh! Huh? Huh? No! It jumped into the void! Oh, no! That's so sad. The slime just jumped to its death. Using Sonic Adventure 2, I think? Oh, I haven't played the games. I've only seen the anime. Ow! I didn't know that could... I didn't know those could do damage to the Heartless. Donald! Wow! You just got splashed right in the face with the water, Donald. No! Poor Donald. They're gonna purposely try to prevent my story progress. No, not purpose. No! Ooh! That was close.
Alright. I'm back! I'm ready to go. Ready to continue. Whoop whoop! Let's get on with this story, shall we? Welcome back as well, Dark. Oh, excuse me. Alright. So let's see what I believe it was. He stuck the trap next to him just like this. Brazen, I must say, brazen. I don't know. Something doesn't seem quite right about that one. Hey, Megara! Let's see. Stabbing that poor man on the floor. It's beggar's belief. Well, yes, because I'm going for longer, so it's important to have breaks. Alright, I think it's these two that have beef with each other right now.
Objection!
Those two statements are completely contradictory. What? Explain, Counsel. Post haste. Oh, dearie me! I was only knitting a jumper for my other half. What is all this claptrap? What does contradictory even mean, I ask you? We've heard from more than one witness. Yep, summation examination. Basically, if all the jurors pointed towards, if they all pointed towards guilty, the defense has a chance for a rebuttal. So we are taking that opportunity. That they allegedly saw the actual moment when the defendant stabbed the victim. Now, out of curiosity, juror number 3. What? Can't you see I'm busy here? How would you say the defendant stabbed the victim? What sort of motion was it? Ah, want to test me, do you? Well, it was like this. Stuck the fellow next to him without even getting up. Just like the prim banker said. Yes, that was Mr. Fairplay's testimony. Quite true. Now then, juror number 6. Oh, is that me, is it? What can I do for you, young man? You say the defendant. How would you say the defendant stabbed the victim, madam? Oh, well, dear, as far as I understand it. It was like this. He stabbed the poor man after he collapsed on the floor. The coachman said so. Now don't move. Take a look at these two jurors. He stuck the fellow next to him without even getting up. And he stabbed the poor man after he collapsed on the floor. Well, I never. They're stabbing in totally different directions. What? That's my stitches! What a muddle!
What this tells us is that there's a strong possibility one of the witnesses isn't telling the truth.
Oh!
But why? Why the dickens would they lie? I don't know that yet. But what I do know is that the trial ends at this point. We may never find out. We may never know the real truth. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, can you really let that happen in all good conscience?
Lies, you say? Oh, dearie me. I can't abide people telling lies. Let's go! The scales!
I don't believe it! Wait! Now hear this, my fellow jurors. I warn you, you cannot listen to this man. Look at him in his black suit. He's clearly some devious Eastern sorcerer using magic on us. If I could use magic, do you really think I'd be putting myself through all this? Answer me this, Doc Jinx. Huh? Me? What exactly is the problem? What of it if the two witnesses have slightly different recollections of the event? What of it? Let's say the Shylock did stab the victim as he was sat next to him in the omnibus, and this young dandy saw him do it. And now let's say the victim collapsed on the floor and the Shylock stabbed him again. This old lady saw him do it.
Well, that goes against the autopsy report right there.
Well, what's to say it didn't happen like that, hmm? Who are you calling a dandy, sir? Why, I should take this knife to you.
Who are you calling old? Why, I should take this needle to you.
They're ready to kill each other now. But could the foreman of the jury be right? Did the two witnesses see two different moments of the same crime?
It's out of the question. Right? It would be out of the question.
Unfortunately, Mr. Foreman. What is it, you Doc Jinx? Come on out with it. What you're suggesting is impossible. It's out of the question. What are you talking about, man? How could you possibly say that? You do realize that I'm only doing my job. As foreman of the jury, I have a responsibility to steer everyone in the right direction. So where's your evidence, man? Well, that's what we want to see. I say the two witnesses saw two different moments of the same crime. If you say that's out of the question, show me some proof. It looks like the only way I'm going to convince him is to present him with something he can't dismiss. Some irrefutable hard evidence. As you wish. What? I'll give you the proof. It's out of the question that the two witnesses saw two different moments of the same crime. As proven by
the autopsy report.
Take that!
This is the victim's autopsy report. According to what's written here, Mr. Mason was stabbed in the abdomen. Only once. Only once! It's quite simple. The victim was stabbed precisely one time. Which means these witnesses can't possibly have seen it happen two different times.
All right, I concede defeat.
He did it! Wait, that means 4 jurors are now leaning toward not guilty.
We've done it, Mr. Naruto! We've won!
What are you playing at, you dandy fool? Shut your trap, sir. No one deceives me. But we had a consensus. I said shut your trap. I know a liar when I see one. And if the chap ever dares to cross the threshold of my shop, I'll take his razor-sharp blade and shave every last hair off his forehead.
Ew, 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 okay, that's disgusting.
Stop. Please tell me he's a barber. Well, in quite a remarkable turn of events, the defense's summation examination has flipped the balance of the scales of justice. The jurors now stand at 2 for guilty and 4 for not guilty. Accordingly, there is no longer a large enough majority among the jury for me to adjudicate, and the trial must continue. I hereby ask the defense, prosecution, and witnesses to return to their places, and I call upon all of you to continue to pursue the truth.
Let's do it.
So, Lord Von Zieks, we continue to substantiate the case for the prosecution, if you please. Oh! Having savored the rich aroma of the carmine contents of this hollow chalice, it may seem crass to crush it to dust. Pray forgive the discourtesy. Lord Von Zieks! Is it cold in here, or is it just me? As your antiquated tone no doubt says, the prosecution may not speak during a summation examination. So I honored a deathly silence and listened to the charade. It seems I overestimated the intelligence of the jury. Well, no matter. There is nothing so hard to prove as a self-evident truth. No. And why else would we grace the courtroom with our presence after all? So, let us proceed to the next round of battle. Woo!
Oh no, he's hot! Well, it seems that we have a situation. Well, back to the trial. I'm adding him to your list. Go for it. Go for it.
Bring forth the witnesses once more.
He's not a vampire. He's just a very chiseled, astute prosecutor. You know?
Witnesses, I trust you heard the summation examination we have just had to endure. Oh, yes, that I did, sir. Of course I heard.
Oh, yes, sir. I heard it.
You, sir, on the end. The coachman. I believe it's Beppo.
Yes, sir. My lord, sir.
If it transpires that in your previous testimony, you were attempting to veil the presence of a 5th passenger on your omnibus, you will be found guilty of perjury. You are advised to bear that in mind, sir.
Oh mio Dio.
Now then, witnesses, I hereby call on you to testify before the court again. You will explain the various misgivings brought to our attention by the defense's summation examination.
Uh-oh. Well, number 2. I only carried for 4 passengers that night, I swear it. But,
Well, I for one was told I had to pay 5 pence for the bus.
He fiddled us on the fare, he did. And then I saw that blood-curdling sight as well. It's all too much.
I tell you, I saw McGilded stabbing that man. Everything I said before stands.
Oh, yes, yes. He just stabbed him. Yes, he did. I think so, yes.
Council, make sense of this for me, please. The phantom fifth passenger, conjured into existence by my learned English friend, never existed. The confusion has arisen from the coachman's sly little cousinage. Hey! Beppo, explain yourself! I'm terribly sorry, Guildmaster. The guild's fare is 4p across the board, you know that. Am I to understand that you've been overcharging your passengers by a penny a fare? It's so cold, and the last run of the day is always half empty. You have been dishonest, coachman. I'm sorry.
NK-Man, welcome in.
You're a disgrace, Beppo! A disgrace! And your selfish actions have brought dishonor on the entire guild. If I may, sir, I had to pay 10p on the bus just last week. What?
4 passengers at 5p each is, yes, 20p. I've done the arithmetic 10 times already, but I just can't make the result come out differently.
No, that figures. Well, it would appear that one of the aforementioned misgivings has already been explained. Counsel for the defense, your cross-examination, if you please. You've already had the pleasure of a protracted summation examination. I see you intend to continue the parlor game. Absolutely.
Ryunosuke! I'm sorry, that face, the absolutely. Yes, we are. Oh, gosh. All right. That last statement, though, there was something about it. That last statement was definitely unsure.
Hold it!
Earlier, you testified that you saw the moment when the defendant allegedly stabbed the victim, didn't you? Oh, yes, that's right. You said that the victim was on the floor and described the assailant holding the knife in an ice-picking grip. I suppose. I might have, you know. Yes. Put the cart before the horse, maybe. Can I take clips on mobile, or I believe you can. What's this? Well, I'm quite sure about most of it. I was driving the horses when I heard a scream from the seats on the roof deck. Oh, I expect that was me, sir. When I turned around, yes, I saw it from the skylight. The gentleman was on the floor and the knife was sticking up out of his midriff. That's right, yes. And the fellow holding the handle was the famous man. Yes. So, in short, you didn't see the moment when the victim was actually stabbed at all? I really thought I did, but when I could go over it again in my head, no, I suppose I didn't actually see the precise moment of the stabbing, did I? Whoa!
Wait a second! What the heck are you doing? That is not good for your teeth, sir. That is definitely not good for your teeth. Hey, you okay there?
Excuse me.
Excuse me?
Do you have something to say about that, Mr. Fairplay? Now you listen to me. I know what you're thinking. He didn't really see the exact moment the fellow was stabbed. What are the chances of that? Eh? Are you asking me or telling me? Getting flustered. I might be able to extract some new information from him if I answer him cleverly. Would he have just happened to see the exact moment the crime was committed?
No chance. I don't think there was any chance. Hey, you know how the Ace Attorney characters have a breakdown? Arya had her breakdown when she said, "Oh no, he's hot!" I mean, can you blame me though? Anyways, there was no chance.
Well, it is a little hard to believe, certainly. Unless you spend your time peeping through a skylight on the top of an omnibus, that is. Peeping? I'm a respectable city banker, I'll have you know. And I know what I saw. I remember it as clear as on Balrak Day. It was a grim scene, I don't mind telling you. Thank you. Fair play. Oh, excuse me if I was getting a little hot under the collar there, my lord. I would ask you to supplement your testimony with a clear statement about exactly what you saw. Oh, I can do that all right. I'll tell you just how grim it was.
Oh boy.
Do you think I'd forget the sight of those blood-soaked hands after that butcher stabbed the man?
Wait a minute. And yet, according to what we know, he was wearing gloves. There's our first major contradiction there.
Objection!
Blood-soaked hands. Well, I admit that soaked may be laying it on a little thick, but... Anyway, there was definitely blood all over them. Both of them were covered in it. Well, I'm very sorry to disagree, Mr. Fairplay, but that's more than a little peculiar. What? Here are the gloves worn by the defendant, Mr. McGilded, on the night in question. Oh, yes, right. And there certainly does appear to be a sizable dark-colored stain there. But, as I'm sure you can clearly see, it's not only on the right, it's only on the right-hand glove.
Oh my gosh, dude, you're gonna ruin your teeth! You are going to ruin your teeth doing that.
In short, Mr. Fairplay, your testimony is inconsistent.
Darn!
What? No! That can't be right!
So you're the liar here, then?
That's right. You were quite clear about it. You said, it was both hands. Mr. Fairplay, if your last statement was a lie, it calls your entire testimony into question. Say you saw the moment the victim was stabbed, but is that really true?
Objection!
It was a simple mistake. You can't justify accusing this man of lying. Yes, it wasn't on both hands, it was only on one, but the fact remains. The victim's blood was on the accused.
Objection!
Not quite.
No, Mr. Fairplay categorically stated that he saw blood all over both hands, which means there's a strong possibility that this witness was deliberately trying to mislead the court.
NK-Man, please avoid, mentioning stuff about the Nintendo Direct if that is what that is from. Because I would like to see it for myself, so please no spoilers.
Which means there's a strong possibility that this witness was deliberately trying to mislead the court. Why? I'm a city banker, for pity's sake. My word should be the gold standard. I'm a gentleman, not some gutter snipe. Upstanding members of society don't prevaricate. It's claiming to have no reason to lie. But is that really the case?
Mr. Naruhodo, if we had some evidence to explain why Mr. Fairplay might be lying, it could turn the tide in this trial completely.
Something to show this man as a compelling reason to lie in his testimony.
Well, let's get some evidence, shall we?
My lord. Yes, counsel. The defense is ready to present evidence. By Jove, are you sure? Yes. Evidence that will clearly demonstrate why Mr. Fairplay had to lie in his reasoning.
Alright, hold on. Before we do that, gotta examine this first.
This portfolio must contain all sorts of secrets of London's gentry.
Oh dear. Do you really think we ought to look inside?
Well, it's not as though we know any of London's gentry personally, is it? Apart from our great detective friend, perhaps. Actually, I wonder.
I assure you, we will not find Mr. Sholmes' name inside.
Well, let's see what we find.
Gosh, it's crammed full of gentlemen's names, isn't it?
Well, I suppose they're probably not all gentlemen at all, are they? After all, not everyone in this country is well off.
Ah, goodness!
What is it?
Look at this! Do you see the name here?
Bruce Fairplay. Should that mean something to me? It does sound strangely familiar, actually.
Bruce Fairplay, the witness testifying at this very moment!
Oh yes, of course! The banker! Why is his name in here? Ah, he borrowed 20 guineas, did he? And look, the repayment date is fast approaching.
It's possible that this is just a coincidence, of course, but this could be very useful information. Alright, information updated. So it looks like our banker friend was actually in debt.
Yes, evidence that will clearly demonstrate why Mr. Fairplay had reason to lie in his testimony. Darn! Very well. I hereby call on the defense to present its evidence. The evidence that demonstrates a motive for the witness's alleged deception of the court.
Here it is.
Take that!
This is a list of the debtors who owe money to Mr. McGilden. Yes, it's a list of innocent victims crippled by the accused extortion. The point is, among the names of these debtors is your name, Mr. Bruce Fairplay. Hey! What? Mr. Fairplay, are you currently indebted financially to the accused? No, well, it's barely worthy of being called a debt. According to this letter, you owe 20 guineas. Not an inconsiderable sum of money, wouldn't you say? Well, what of it? Let's suppose Mr. McGilden were to be found guilty of murder. What would become of your debt in that case? These documents state that the loan agreement is forged between two individual parties. Therefore, with the creditor, the defendant here, be sentenced to a capital punishment. All outstanding debts were to be owed to him would be annulled. They would cease to exist.
Cease to exist?
Mr. Fairplay, is it not the case that you claimed in your testimony to have seen something you never in fact saw? In a devious attempt to annul your debt of 20 guineas to the defendant. Oh! Order! Order! Mr. Bruce Fairplay! Yes, my lord. Let me ask you again. And be aware, your answer may have most serious implications upon your future, sir. Did you, or did you not, see the precise moment in time at which the defendant is alleged to have thrust a knife into the victim? Your silence speaks volumes. You did not tell the truth in your testimony. All right, now let's not make a melodrama out of this. Perhaps I did overstate the truth a pinch. A pinch. But it makes no difference. To change his name to Unfair Play? Oh, goodness. I definitely remember seeing blood on McGilden's hands. Both of them.
Objection!
And yet, only one of the defendant's gloves, which we have here as evidence, is stained. Oh, you keep saying? I wonder if I might be allowed to speak, sir. Go ahead, Mr. First. Well, the thing is, I think I remember seeing it myself, as it happened. Seeing what? The blood, sir, on the assailant's hands. I think. Yes, I'm almost sure that it was on both of his hands, not just one. What? What? Would appear that we're going to need further testimony from all you witnesses. This time, I would like to know precisely what you did and what you did not see. Do I make myself perfectly clear?
Mr. Naruhodo, this is good news. The course of the trial seems to have shifted slightly at last.
Yes. I finally have a chance to turn things around here. Boy, here goes. There was blood on both hands of the assailant. I surely and sincerely and distinctly remember that. However, I suppose you might say that I didn't see the exact moment the stabbing transpired, if that matters. I remember seeing the knife, and I remember seeing both of the attacker's hands with blood on them. I didn't actually see anything myself. No, not until I heard that scream. Anyway, the fact remains, there can't have been anyone else inside that carriage or we all would have seen. Fair Play will break his teeth. Oh, he will. Well, lo and behold. In truth of fact, not one of you witnesses was witness to the crucial moment of the crime that was perpetrated. I apologize, my lord, but honestly, there was no one else inside the carriage, and the man's hands were covered in blood. Oh, that much incriminating evidence is tantamount to saying we saw the man do it! That's really not what testimony is about. Let us examine the interior of the omnibus once more. The victim's fresh blood is clearly visible on the seat, corroborating the witness's accounts. In other words, there is no substantial nor significant change in the facts of the case. Very well. Your cross-examination, please, counsel. Yes, my lord. You remember that, huh?
Hold it!
Alright, enjoy your break!
No, the evidence tells us otherwise. We have the gloves the defendant was wearing on the night in question in the court record. I am aware of that, sir, but nevertheless, I know what I saw and I stand by it. A man had blood on both of his hands. He's defiant, even in the face of hard evidence. He's steadfastly refusing to admit that he might be mistaken about what he saw. But why? The reasoning is dire. Huh? On one hand or two, the salient point remains unchanged. Minutes after the grim crime, the victim's blood dripped guiltily from the accused's fingers.
Hold it!
So you didn't see the exact moment.
Don't try to downplay this. Whether or not you saw the exact moment of the crime is a matter of fundamental importance, as well you know. But for crying out loud, we all know that no one else could have possibly done it. I was just trying to save us all some time. You have a loan of 20 guineas outstanding with the defendant, do you not? Had you hoped to release yourself from that financial burden by ensuring the defendant was found guilty? Well, that's not entirely not what I was hoping for. I just lost a little guinea or 10 when I backed the wrong horse in the Derby. That's all. I was going to win it all back. There's a fixture this weekend, that's a sure thing. A little guinea or 10? I'm a banker. No one bats an eye if I borrow a little spending money for the weekend. I think you may have revealed rather more about your character than you bargained for, sir. This witness's scruples are not on trial here. Scruples are not on trial here. Proceed to the next witness. Is that really how it's supposed to work?
Hold it!
Definitely saw that too. Blood on both hands. Yes, sir. I mean, I know what you're going to say. Only one of Mr. McGilded's gloves has any sign of blood on it. That's right. The thing is, as far as I remember, sir, when I looked down and saw Mr. McGilded sitting beside the other fellow, I don't believe he was wearing any gloves, sir. He wasn't wearing these gloves? That's correct, sir. And I saw the blood on both his bare hands quite clearly. It's true that the dark-colored stain on the dark leather gloves wouldn't have been easy to see. I should point out that the police officer who apprehended the accused on the night in question reported that there were no trace of blood on Mr. McGilded's gloved hands. There wasn't blood on his hands? This is puzzling indeed. It must be significant somehow, I'm sure of it.
Let's continue pressing. Welcome back.
You didn't see anything.
Oh, yes, sir. That is to say, no, sir, I didn't. Very sorry about what I said before, sir. Very sorry, yes. It was very wrong of me to make up stories and say I saw him stab the man. Wouldn't you agree, sir?
I think I know what you're insinuating, but I clearly wasn't making up stories.
Still, say you saw nothing isn't right either, is it?
No, sir, I saw nothing at all. Mr. Beppo, you were driving your horses. At the very least, you, must have enjoyed a good view of London streets, no?
Oh, please. You didn't even see that.
It was so cold that night, you see.
It was all I could do to keep myself from passing out, sir. My head was fairly frozen solid. Sorry to say, sir.
It seemed prudent to avoid travel on the last omnibus service of London's cold winter nights.
Beppo! Ah! There can't have anyone else been inside the carriage, huh?
And everything you saw of the incident was through the skylight on the roof of the omnibus? That's right. It was fiercely cold that night, but the glass wasn't frosted over.
Oh, yes. I remember I was shivering. It was so bitter.
Which rather begs the question of why the pair of you were sitting on the roof deck in the first place. Well, I don't know about this young fellow, but I couldn't enter the cabin. Oh, why not? It was locked from the inside. I tried knocking, but no one opened the door. It was locked. That's right, and it's a public bus service, for pity's sake. That's not what I call fair play.
Yes, I had exactly the same experience. I tried knocking, but the gents inside just gestured at me to clear off. So I had no choice but to climb up to the roof deck and look down longingly into the warm cabin below.
Well, I can assure you I wasn't just looking down, I was glaring. Long and hard. And that's precisely why I can tell you with absolute confidence that if there was anyone else in all in that cabin, I would have noticed. Unequivocal, I would say. I'm not sure about these two witnesses. Would they really have seen everything inside the cabin through the skylight?
I don't think they might... I don't know if they might have been able to. They might not have been able to.
Allow me to confirm one thing, Mr. Fairplay. You were riding this omnibus and witnessed the events in the cabin through the skylight in the floor of the upper deck, is that right? That's right, yes. In that case, there is a portion of the cabin interior that would have been out of sight from you. What? By golly, really? Obviously, at this stage, we can't say for sure. But the possibility cannot be denied that at the time of the incident, there could have been another passenger in the enclosed cabin of the omnibus.
Objection!
Enough hypothetical meandering, my Nipponese friend. The prosecution demands so that you substantiate your claims. After all, the scene of the crime is here, in the flesh. Very well, I will uphold the prosecution's demand. You will identify the area on this cross-sectional plan of the omnibus. Oh boy. Where exactly in the omnibus are you suggesting that this potential extra passenger could have been situated?
Right here. If you could see through the skylight from this seat here, and you look down this way, you'd only be able to see this seat. Right here. So that means this seat would not have... You wouldn't have been able to see it.
Take that!
Both rows of seats on the roof faced in the direction of travel, whereas the seats in the enclosed cabin face each other, which means the visible part of the cabin, which passengers on the roof deck can see through the skylight, is as if as I've drawn here. Ah! That's right, my lord. As you can see, the seat opposite the one on which the victim and his attacker were sitting is obscured from view. In other words, if someone had been sitting on that seat, it's quite possible that these witnesses would have been completely unaware of it. Ah!
Objection!
It's quite possible some phantom was sitting there. You Nipponese have a forbidding habit of obscuring the truth with ambiguity. Huh? I concur with the prosecution's rejoinder. In a British court of law, evidence is paramount. I cannot entertain this conjecture, counsel. That is, unless you're able to put a name to this mysterious passenger to whom you allude.
Can you, Mr. Naruhodo?
I honestly don't know. Who could it have been? Who could have been in the other seat, which was out of sight from the witnesses on the roof deck?
I have a feeling that we're gonna have to look. No, wait! Wait. I have an inkling on who it might have been.
I understand, my lord. The defense would like to put forward a name. You are a fool. That response was a desperate attempt by a man who has no notion of his own limitations. A toast to hard lessons not yet learned. Let us not delay, counsel. The defense is still to name the passenger in the other seat. This could be it. This could be the chance I've been waiting for to turn the trial in my favor. On that night, On the night of the murder, the person occupying the seat in the omnibus cabin that was obscured from view was...
How about the defendant, Magnus McGilded?
Take that!
The passenger in the enclosed cabin that the witness on the roof failed to see has to have been Mr. Magnus McGilded. Mr. McGilded? What are you talking about, counsel? What's the name of the defendant?
Objection!
Whoa! I desecrate this chamber by smashing my hallowed chalice. Do forgive the discourtesy. Lord Van Zeeks! People talk of those tiny island nations in the Far East as having a learning and culture of their own. I see they use the terms ill-advisedly. What are you trying to say? Let me explain in terms that even a student of an artless backwater such as yourself might understand.
Goodness, he's rude.
When the bloody scene unfolded, the victim and his assailant were sitting side by side. Multiple witnesses have attested to that fact. It's the very premise on which this case is built.
Objection!
But that premise may be wrong. What? If the victim really was sitting beside Mr. McGilded, it creates an inconsistency that can't be reconciled in any way. What inconsistency, counsel? The defendant's gloves, my lord. Both witnesses made the same testimony. They claimed that there was blood on both hands of the person sitting next to the victim.
Objection!
Yet we know the truth to be otherwise. Only one glove bears the gory remains.
Objection!
The point is, even in the face of this irrefutable evidence, both witnesses have maintained their stance. Yes, their testimony remains unchanged. Exactly. They both adamantly swear that they clearly remember seeing blood on both hands of the assailant. In short, their memory of events is correct, and their testimony reveals the truth. Oh. It was somebody else sitting beside the victim that night, a third party we have yet to identify. And the victim's blood was on that passenger's hands, both of them.
Objection!
And who was this third party? Obviously, the true culprit. Extraordinary! Order! 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 What exactly are you postulating?
Objection!
The defense's postulation is just that. Nothing more than conjecture. The witnesses have clearly stated that they saw the accused.
Objection!
But when elaborating on his testimony, Mr. Fairplay said the two of them were wearing hats, and I couldn't exactly make out their faces. Yes. Tops of their heads were obscured by the roof. I could see the rest of them, though. Yes, that's right. Both gents were most certainly hatted. Hatters do tend to notice such things, sir. And what particular styles of hat did the two gentlemen sport, Mr. First? I'm afraid I don't remember. And you call yourself a hatter? The style of hat makes no difference. There was no third passenger in that cabin. How can you be sure? Because if there had been, the accused, Mr. McGilded, would undoubtedly have offered to dispose the fact. Huh? Unless, that is, you are proposing an even more preposterous explanation. That the accused failed to even notice the presence of the true culprit in the very cabin in which he traveled.
No worries, Dark. Welcome back.
He's right. If there was another person traveling in the enclosed cabin of the omnibus, it's inconceivable that Mr. Gilded would have been unaware of it. Order! There is clearly a simple solution to this problem. Bring the accused, Mr. McGilded, to the stand. Well, what you say? What say you, counsel? The prosecution objects, my lord. On what grounds? As a suspect, he will have already made a full statement to the police. But what if there's some reason why he's unable to speak freely? Magnus McGill is no uneducated ruffian. If it indeed turns out that the man has been withholding information, you can be sure it will have been a most deliberate act. Counsel for the defense, what is your opinion? My lord, did we ask Mr. McGilded to testify or not?
We demand his testimony. His outfit design is awesome. Oh, it is!
Yes, we need to hear what he has to say in order to find out the truth. The defense would like to call Mr. McGilded to the stand. In that case, I would like to hear the opinion of the jury. Yes, I need a little time to consider this.
If you ask me, I think we should hear what Mr. McGilded has to say.
Get the man out here, I say!
It would be utterly illogical not to hear his testimony.
But something needs doing, get it done. That's how I run things in the guild.
Hearing what the patron of my favorite little park has to say? Oh yes, that would be quite lovely.
Yes, the jury says the man must be heard. Very well. The court will hear the defendant's testimony. Bailiff, show the defendant to the stand at once!
I'm glad to hear it was the highlight of your day, Tark.
Now maybe what actually happened that night will finally become clear. Let proceedings be resumed. Mr. McGilded, have you been listening to the discourse of the day?
To be sure I have, my lord.
There are now two matters on which the court desires to hear from you. The first is whether or not there was a third party with you in the omnibus cabin, as proposed by the defense. The second, that if such a person was indeed present, why did you conceal that fact from the police?
Begad, no! It's not in my nature to hide anything at all. Anything at all.
Answer the questions, please.
The truth of the matter is I've been desperate about this all along. Do I tell yous all, or keep me mouth shut?
Tell us what, Mr. McGilded?
The fine fella represented me is absolutely right. The carriage on the night with myself and the other man, there was another passenger.
It's true!
Aye, and 'twas me who helped the little urchin get away after it all happened.
You... What?! No, Magnus McGill. That convenient excuse can't save you now.
I'm truly sorry, so I am, Lord Van Zieks. I'm sure you'll be wanting to know why I said nothing when I was taken in by the police. I do be having a very good reason, I assure you.
Which was?
Well, the little child was just in the wrong place at the wrong time, and not in any way involved, you see.
What?
If the police had known the wee one was there, they'd have assumed she'd done it. They'd have hauled her in here, this here courtroom, just like myself. I was only trying to spare her that. Young hearts and young minds are easily damaged, my lord.
And who was this young child of whom you speak?
That I don't know.
Don't know?
Aye, well, the wee thing just happened to be in the carriage that night. I never saw her before or since.
Objection!
We have absolutely no reason to believe this man. The prosecution calls for the witness's statements to be disregarded by the court.
You know, I wouldn't be surprised if the urchin isn't here in this courtroom as we speak, listening to the proceedings.
What?
Ah! Ah! Smoke! Fire! Ah! There's a fire! The
Look, someone's trying to get away! After them! It's no use! I can't see anything through all this smoke! What's going on? What's happening?
Be careful, Mr. Naruhodo! Cover your face!
Bailiff, don't let the accused escape. Secure the omnibus. I hereby call an emergency recess. Bailiff, ensure the defendant is in custody and clear the courtroom. We were hurriedly removed from the smoke-filled courtroom by the bailiff. Amid scenes of chaos as people stumbled over one another in their desperate desperation to flee the chamber. We had no idea what was happening. All we knew was that, for the time being at least, the trial was suspended.
To be continued. Let's save our progress. Alright. Trial, part 3. Oh boy. Here we go. I'm gonna take my break real quick, and then I will be right back. Don't go anywhere, everybody. I will return shortly in just a couple of moments. BRB!
There he is. No, wait. Come back. I want to say hello.
All I think about is Diluc.
Not to
vagina.
the...
I'm sorry.
Please, no.
I'm sorry. That was so mean. I'm so sorry.
Gosh, why would you do that to me?
I'm so sorry.
Poor Lilia. Oh no.
Oh, that's such a pretty name too. Gosh darn it, what have I done?
At last you're here. My suspicions were correct. A powerful spell has been cast over the monster folk city of Withergate, creating an everlasting darkness.
Ooh. Jinx.
Are you high? This girl, she really is high up in this picture.
Nice censorship, Your Honor. Nice censorship. What? Nice censorship, Your Honor. Jeez.
You have to start hitting on... Not hitting on Clayton. Wow. Apparently my wording is not being appropriate. There we go.
So today I woke up and I wanted to eat a croissant.
Croissant.
So I got dressed and I got out to go get a croissant.
Croissant.
Someone better be clipping that, please.
Croissant.
Croissant.
Excuse me, are you gonna finish that croissant?
Are you gonna finish that croissant?
Oh boy.
Cleaning it up. It's alright, Shoto. Hey, Junko! Welcome in! Hope you're having wow! Words. Hope you're having an amazing Thursday. Or Friday, or whatever time of day it is for you.
You really should come with a supply of cheats to match your vintage wine.
Oh, roasted! Roasted! Let's go!
There we go, that's it. That's it. We know who it is. It's Stampa. There's no debate. There's no debate. It's Stampa. Everyone agree with me? No debate here? No debate. No! Perfection. No debate. Yes. Yes, let's go. You heard the chat. Let's go. Stampa it is. Ba-bing. Absolutely. Well now, little Stampa, you be a good kitty now, okay? Oh my gosh, this is gonna be so fun. I object! Well, too bad, it's too late. Too late.
Me. Did you see the look she gave you? She's a man-eater. Whatever that means.
Luke, don't say things that you don't know what they mean! Luke, don't say things that if you don't know what it means! No, you're too young. Stop. Don't. No. No.
Oh dear.
Yeah, oh dear is right, Professor. Oh dear is right. That's. Hello?
That's cool. Hello?
Hello? Whoa! Whoa!
Lello, I need you to look at this. Right away.
What?
He's giving a head nod. I know you like tigers. Okay, we got a meh result from him.
Oh.
That's also true. That's also very true.
Oh my gosh.
Well, that was kind of perfect to end that on. Anyways, I'm back. I return. It's time for the trial to continue. Gotta figure out what in the heck happened afterwards. Alright. Thank you. Alright. The 18th of February, 12:52 p.m. The Old Bailey, defendant's antechamber.
What on earth just happened in there?
Mr. Naruhodo, I've managed to find out what happened.
Miss Susato.
I was told it was an advanced form of a smoke grenade, a type of exploding device that releases smoke.
A smoke grenade? It sounds like the sort of things ninjas use.
They're just making sure everything is safe now. I think the trial will start again before long.
But who would have done something like that?
The police managed to catch someone who was trying to flee the courtroom, apparently.
Flee the courtroom? Why?
Well, it's a young girl of around 15, I hear.
A young girl? Then could it be the other passenger that Mr. McGilded was just talking about?
My thoughts exactly.
He wasn't lying. Oh, what's because of Mr. McGilded, actually? There are so many things I need to ask him about, but he's not here.
I think he was summoned to the prosecutor's antechamber to answer questions. Along with the young girl.
Who is she, I wonder? And what was she even doing here at the trial? She was taking a huge risk, and for what possible benefit to herself?
There's another matter that's troubling me.
What's that?
The 20 pence.
Oh,
According to the coachman, Mr. Beppo. He took 4 passengers that night at a fare of 5 pence each. That comes to a total of 20 pence exactly.
But now it seems there were in fact 5 passengers.
Which means the figures don't seem to add up again.
She's right. That is strange. Counsel for the defense, kindly proceed into the courtroom. The trial will recommence in 5 minutes. Oh, thank you, officer. We'll go in straight away.
Well, whoever she is, I imagine this young girl will be asked to take the stand and testify now. I really can't imagine what she's going to say, but it could alter. Hello, are we back? Are we okay still? Are we good? Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3, are we okay? Please reload or refresh your screen if you're having trouble. Okay, thank you. Appreciate it.
She must have been the one who caused the disturbance before. Well, after that rather eventful recess, the court will now resume the trial of Mr. Magnus McGilded. Now then, Lord Van Zeeks. Yes, my lord. I believe you have established the cause of the smoke which prevailed proceedings earlier. It seems to have been an advanced form of smoke grenade, or the sort typically employed by the army. Oh, goodness gracious, the army! What in the devil's name? It was an elaborate attempt by a young girl to blow her escape from the public gallery, but she was caught, and now occupies the stand. Your name, girl? Are you responsible for the smoke grenade which induced such pandemonium in my courtroom? What is the meaning of this deplorable behavior?
Ahem, if I may, my lord.
Yes, Mr. McGilded?
I think perhaps I ought to explain here why it is that this wee lass here in the first place, and why she tried to bolt like that. It is all tied up with the events of last night, so it is.
Oh, excuse me. Very well, Mr. McGilded, give your testimony. You will explain to the court exactly how this young woman is involved in the case. What did happen? It's not like a defense lawyer needs that information or anything.
Yeah, kinda need to know that. Perhaps. Maybe.
On the night in question, I took the back seat in the omnibus and promptly nodded off. Then, begorra, a loud thud and a wee scream woke me up with a fair start. There was a fella collapsed on the floor at me feet, so I sat him up on the seat across from me, and I turned to find out where that scream had come from, and bless my soul, what did I find? There was a child in there, all curled up in a ball, hiding her wee self away. I remain somewhat baffled, I confess. But from what I gather, on the night in question...
Hey, Abyss Heart, welcome in. Good to see you.
This young girl was indeed riding in the omnibus, is that correct? It's exactly the defense counsel says. This lass was the fifth passenger, my lord. Very well. The defense may now cross-examine the witness. Are you ready, counsel? Yes, my lord. Rather, I have no idea where to start. I mean, fair enough.
I mean, he was the one that lied to us. He was the one that put us in a tough spot. I can't imagine. Well, we better get as much information as we can.
And when you first got onto the omnibus, were there any other passengers already on board?
There were not. The cabin was empty, and there was no one on the roof deck either.
You were the first passenger, as it were, I see.
Aye. That's why I took the back side as I did. It's the most comfortable, so it is.
Could you explain exactly what you mean by the back seat?
By all means, 'tis how you already described it earlier. I'm talking about the seat opposite the one which the poor gentleman who was stabbed was sitting. Like I said, 'tis the most comfortable and where I feel the most at ease. And of course, I enjoy gazing through the skylight from time to time as well. If I may ask, in what order to play the AA games? I'm asking because I added all the AA games to my Steam wishlist, so I want to know what order to play then when I get them. Well, obviously play the original trilogy first. Play Phoenix Wright, Ace Attorney, Justice for All, and Trials and Tribulations first. After that, I would then go to the investigation games. The investigation games take place right after almost immediately after Trials and Tribulations. So best to do that one then. And then go to the Apollo Justice trilogy after that. After you do the Apollo Justice trilogy, then I would recommend going back to the Great Ace Attorney. The only reason I'm playing the Great Ace Attorney before the Ace Attorney Investigations games is because I'm waiting for the collection. That's the only reason I'm playing them first. Hey, Beat, welcome in. You missed quite a bit. We've been at this for a while. No problem, Dark. Alright, let's continue on then. A loud thud, you say? And a scream? Aye, that's right. How can I explain it? It was like the sound of someone falling to the ground. That sort of noise. So you think it was the sound of Mr. Mason falling to the floor, having been stabbed? Well now, you'll remember I was asleep at the time, so I wouldn't like to say. When the sound woke me and I opened my eyes, there wasn't a soul to be seen in the carriage but the fella on the floor. Didn't see anyone. But at the same moment, you did hear a scream. Ah, from the seats above the roof deck, I presume? Not above me, no, my lord. It was from inside the cabin. But I wasn't altogether thinking about the scream. No, I was too stunned by the desperate sight before me eyes. Alright, keep pressing. You sat him up? The victim, you mean? That I did. On the seat across from me, as I said. I could plainly see the poor devil was already gone. And you wouldn't leave a dead man just lying on the floor now, would you? 'Tis common courtesy, so it is. I find that a little hard to believe. Ah, Lord Van Zeeks. Now why would that be? Wait to find a man lying dead at your feet in a carriage. Any normal person would hail the cabman. Any upstanding member of London society. Well now, as you know, I'm in something of a special line of business. The business of lending money at exorbitant rates of interest. Unfortunately, my lord, not everyone is thankful for the help I offer them, and some would even see me dead. So I do try, where at all possible, to avoid getting myself in a tangle with trouble. Are you suggesting you were just gonna leave the man there? Heavens alive, no! I was just intended to report it, so I was. Only I had a mind to find out the whys and wherefores first. The whys and wherefores? Right you are. There are some details I wanted to understand before anyone got to meddling. There wee scream I heard, for example. Wouldn't your good self do just the same? Yes. The scream he says he heard at the same time as the thud of the victim collapsing. Alright. I'm afraid I don't understand. I'm sure you told the court there was no one else in the carriage except for yourself and the victim. So I did, sir, so I did. As far as I could see, that is. What do you mean by that? Well now, 'tis a queer thing. The wee scream I heard as I woke up. It came from, if you'll excuse the vulgar expression, under me backside. Good gracious! Under your backside? And when I lifted the seat on which I'd been sitting, I found there was a wee cubby hole there for storage. Mr. Naruto, we can examine the omnibus ourselves, remember? That's true. Let's examine that. Well, alright, let's go inside. Oh yeah, there's also something on the floor here that we probably should examine as well. That's blood, isn't it? Is something wrong? Oh, it's just, well, this blood stain is so obvious, that's all. And yet Von Zeeks has made no mention of it. I suppose that does seem a little strange. Why do I have such a bad feeling about this?
seat as a handle, it seems.
Ah! There it is.
This is a storage compartment, but there's nothing in here. Totally empty. Something doesn't seem right here, but I can't put my finger on what it is.
And yet there's not one on the other side. Alright, well, now at least I know where it is.
Right, of course. Old boss was submitted as evidence.
This would be a very good time to have a thorough look around inside.
And that's when I found her.
Alright, so now we know where she was hiding. But the question is, why?
You say she was hiding herself?
Aye, that's right. It was hard to see in the dim lamplight, but she was all curled up in a wee ball. When our eyes met, well, me heart nearly stopped beating in me chest.
You're really overreacting this.
Still and all, I pulled her out from under there and sat her on the seat opposite so I could have a wee chinwag with her.
Seat opposite?
That's right, just next to the dead gentleman here.
You sat this young girl next to a corpse, sir.
Well, as I'm sure I mentioned, a gentleman in my position can all too often find himself in mortal danger. So, I needed to find out just who this urchin was, you see. And while I was in the middle of talking with her, I heard another scream. A fella's voice this time.
Presumably, that scream was Mr. First, who was sitting in the roof deck seats.
Right you are again, I would say, sir. Looking down through the skylight, he must have seen this young girl and the gentleman with a knife in his belly.
In other words, the previous witness did not in fact see you at all, Mr. McGilden. But they believed to be yourself and the victim was in fact this girl and the late Mr. Mason.
Aye, my lord. I was, as I think everyone understands now, sat at the back of the carriage out of sight. That doesn't explain how the knife got in the victim.
It is certainly plausible. The defendant is somewhat diminutive in stature, and readily confused perhaps with this young girl.
After that, of course, with the scream from the gentleman over us, the driver realized something was wrong and pulled up the horses.
Thank you, I've heard enough. Events as explained are clear in my mind. However, at least one conundrum remains. Who is the girl?
Name? Gina Lestrade. Good. She's a chancer. Earns a crust among large crowds, relieving people of their purses. She's a pickpocket? What's commonly called a pickpocket. I was right! What?
This girl here? A petty thief?
Oh, great.
Order! 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 Is this true, Miss Lestrade? Miss Lestrade, you will answer the question. Ah! How dare you! What is the meaning of this? Ah! The girl! She's gone!
Open your eyes! I'm over here.
Good gracious! How? What was the point in that little sidestep?
I know what you lot are thinking. Grown-ups are all the same. This dirty little dipper, you'll say, slipped up and got caught on the job. She got herself backed into a corner, so she knifed the gent. Go on, that's what's in your heads, ain't it?
No, not at all. This is a court of law. We're here to determine the truth, not cast...
Look, knives are for cowards. Only thugs use weapons like that. All I need for what I do is these fingers. I'm a professional, alright? Maybe not in your eyes, but I got pride in what I do.
let me guess. You don't count smoke guns among weapons for thugs?
Bodies? Yeah. This was in a bag I lifted the other day. Down where they keep the four-wheel drags. It's nice, isn't it? I like the pink best.
Ah! Do not wave that thing in my direction again! So, you admit that you were riding the omnibus on the night in question?
Hmm?
It's alright, lass. You can tell them the truth now.
Alright, yeah. It's just like the Irishman said.
The court accepts this girl, Miss Gina Lestrade, as a valid and significant witness in this case. Accordingly, young lady, we will now hear your testimony, if you please. You will tell the court exactly what happened in the omnibus on the night in question.
Alright. If I have to.
Meanwhile, Dracula takes a drink. Gosh.
So I snuck inside the carriage before they hooked up the horses, just like always. But it was a right old waste of time. I got nothing to show for me troubles that night. I tell ya, you can't see a blind thing in that hiding place. It's pitch in there. Then after a while, I heard this loud bang. Nearly jumped me out of my skin, it did. And the scream just came out. It's because of that the swell found me. He did help me get away, mind.
Yes, let you go. I fail to understand why you would let this street urchin go, Mr. McKill.
Oh, 'tis simplicity itself, my lord. You see, she couldn't possibly have killed the other passenger. I know that for a fact.
How?
As I'm sure I said before, sir. I was sitting right on the top of the place where she was hiding herself. A demonstration is called for. This is where I sat that night.
And the cubby hole of which you spoke of is underneath this seat, I presume.
Prosecutor Teeps.
Gosh. Yes, it does appear to just large enough to accommodate someone of the girl's stature.
Aye, but of course, the wee lass was stuck in there. Because I parked myself on the seat for the duration.
Ah!
So you see, that's why I let the lass bolt. I knew that if the police found her there, they'd automatically assume she'd done it. But I couldn't live with myself if a young life was ruined with all the time I knew she was innocent.
Even though you must have realized your action was result in your own innocence being called into question.
Not at all, my lord. Not at all. I knew in my own heart that I was innocent. So I thought it was worth taking a punt on my good name for the sake of this less fortunate lass.
My goodness! What a perfect gentleman!
My lord! This fine example of a man cannot possibly be guilty of a heinous crime like this. I'm ashamed of myself for ever doubting you, sir.
With calm, calculated reasoning, one arrives clearly at the truth every time.
Saints alive! All 6 members of the jury consensual in their leaning to a verdict of not guilty.
Mr. Naruhodo! This, well, it must mean...
It must mean what?
That we're victorious!
We've won? Are you sure?
Objection!
Excuse me? Sir! What? Boot! Just boot. Okay then. Alright. Just casually throwing your leg up onto the bench. Alright.
If the sight of my iron here, Wellington, offends, pray do forgive the discourtesy. This really is a consummate example of the one monumental flaw in British judicial practice. Huh? Where evidence and reasoning should be paramount, emotion rules the day. Emotion. The witness's latest statement gives us a clear insight into his true nature. What do you mean, his true nature? You really think Scotland Yard would have made such a glaring omission? After the incident, the omnibus was comprehensively searched by officers of the police. Obviously, the interior of the cubbyhole, as the witness put it, was included in their investigation. The compartment under the posterior seat was full of the coachman's belongings. It's noted in black and white here in the police report. Good Lord! The evidence has been tampered with. In order to corroborate Mr. McGilden's story, someone has unlawfully removed everything from under the seat. What? Order! Order! How could such a devious contrivance possibly have been effected, counsel? Naturally, we must acknowledge the deficiencies of the constabulary in allowing this to have happened. However, I assure you, when the omnibus was wheeled into the courtroom this morning, the compartment under the seat was not empty. Well, my Nipponese friend? Me? When the carriage was submitted as evidence, doubtless you examined it in fine detail, as would any self-respecting practitioner of the law. Pray, what did you find the condition of the undersea compartment to be?
Oh, to be sure, the young gentleman will be able to clear this up in a jiffy.
Sorry?
Go ahead, you tell the court now, fella. Now, this is all an elaborate excuse by the desperate Lord Van Zeeks.
Well, counsel, you have something to say on this matter. How am I supposed to answer? What can I say about the state of that little compartment under the seat in the omnibus?
Well, I'm guessing it wasn't empty. I'm guessing it wasn't empty.
I really don't know if giving this answer is helping my cause as a counsel for the defense. But as far as I remember, at least. When I first examined the compartment, I'm fairly certain there were a number of articles inside it, yes. Huh? Are you sure, counsel?
Be waste. What are you saying now, you daft wah? I thought you were on my side here.
Whoa! What was that statement? Oh boy. Oh boy. This can't be good.
What game are you playing? Our task is to defend the man in the stand. Why would you say something to compromise his position?
As the advocate for the defense in this trial, I confess I'm still not entirely sure where I stand. But it seems to me that I should state what facts I do know as clearly and honestly as possible.
Interesting.
Tis not altogether pleasing, fella.
I'm simply telling the truth, Mr. McGilded.
Well, don't forget that you're supposed to be representing my best interests here, lad.
Now then.
A fella's memory is a curious thing, and not altogether reliable. No, the court must consider the facts. That there creep cubby hole under the seat is as empty as the devil's heart, so it is. Do you think perhaps it would be in your best interest now to admit you might have been mistaken?
Why? Why do I feel like something's not right here? I should like the jury to weigh in on this matter, I think. That compartment is designed to house equipment used to maintain the smooth running of the carriage. The Guild's rules state that omnibuses should be properly and fully equipped at all times. It certainly wouldn't have been empty on the night in question. Beppo isn't that irresponsible. That money-lending fleeter and pick-purse are lying.
Uh-oh. Ah! I can't believe I was nearly taken in. The stinking rich are always stinkers. Nothing but cowards. A lot of them.
What? Oh no.
It's a trick. Of course it's a trick. Quite so. I must concur here. With calm, calculated reasoning, one arrives clearly at the truth every time.
Yes, but every time a different truth, it seems. My lord, I humbly exhibit the scales of justice. Clearly, a verdict of not guilty at this time would be wholly inappropriate. Thank you, counsel. But before we proceed any further, there is the matter of the outstanding cross-examination. Counsel for the defense, in your questioning of the witness, please. Yes, my lord. What just happened? The whole balance of the trial just shifted almost beyond recognition. The Reaper of the Bailey is at work, it would seem.
The Reaper of the Bailey, huh? Goodness gracious. This is chaos. This case made us think we won twice. So, I snuck inside the carriage. Well, let's see. What do we do? Let's keep pressing.
So, we're already in the omnibus before it even set off on its run?
Well, yeah, I mean, what's the point of spending a joy to make a few bob, eh? That's her own idea, innit?
I suppose she means there's no point spending money to make money. It actually makes sense.
I wouldn't corroborate with a pickpocket. Prosecutor Bootman made this harder for us. Time to step up again. Uh-huh.
Counsel, may I remind you that this girl is a petty thief. Kindly refrain from entertaining her tenants.
Well, that does clear up the little mystery of the fares and all. 4 paying passengers at 5 pence apiece, making the 20 to which the cabman testified, and 1 little scapegrace riding for free. The red cock of a driver always goes for some grub before it last run, see? Now that's when I slip into the carriage and get myself hidden under the seat. Nice and easy, like.
But your hiding place is a storage compartment, full of equipment for the coach, no?
Yeah, there's brushes and buckets and whatnot in there, sure. I always chuck all that out and cram it in a corner somewhere. No one ever seems to bother much.
And yet, according to the report filed by the police officer who first arrived at the scene, the compartment was full of such paraphernalia.
Well, I don't know nothing about that. Like I said, I moved all that stuff out so I could hide under the seat. That's all I can tell you.
It seems we've reached the end of that line of inquiry. Continue.
Time to give Prosecutor Zeeks a taste of his own boot medicine. I mean medicine. Oh, goodness gracious. Goodness gracious.
A waste of time. Why is that?
Hold on, my model is looking up for some reason. There we go. Let me fix that. Well, most nights I'm on my own in the God permit at some at least. In the God permit at least some of the time.
I beg your pardon. You say God permit.
Oh yeah, well that's what my kind call it. You say the omnibus, I suppose. The point is any normal run, the carriage ain't got no one in it for a while.
And that's why you come out of your hiding place and get away.
That's it. Only that night. This cove was sat on me seat from the start. And he didn't budge the whole way, did he? Not 1 inch, I was totally stuck.
You mean to tell us that you were present in the carriage for the duration? You were under the seat the entire time while events unfolded in the enclosed cabin.
Yeah, right, mister.
To be sure, to be sure. I was as shocked as anyone. You don't expect to lift the cushion you've been sat on and find a child now, do you? So this Miss Lestrade couldn't possibly be the culprit then.
I'll tell ya, you can't see a blind thing in that hiding place. It's pitch in there.
Hold it!
Let's see. So you couldn't see into the cabin at all?
Not a jot. Most days I push the cushion up with me head and look out the crack. Then I can have a butcher's after who I'm going to fiddle.
I thought you were a pickpocket, not a butcher.
I mean, I can have a look. The seat I get under ain't as plush as the other one, see? So most of the time the passengers plant themselves opposite. Wait! But for some reason that night this here Irishman spent the whole journey right over me head.
And for that reason, you weren't able to push the cushion up to peek out. I see.
Truth is, I ain't too happy in small dark places. Feels so much like being thrown in the clink. But it's the only place to hide in them carriages, so it's Hobson's choice.
Why doesn't she just stick to picking people's pockets in the open then? I'd say there's some reason she's not letting on, judging from her demeanor.
So anyways, I was a bit scared, but I had to stick it out under there. Nothing else for it.
Hold it!
Yeah, that's a clue. Good catch, guys. I got it.
When you say loud bang, do you mean the noise of someone falling to the floor?
Could have been, I suppose. I don't remember so well. All it is, it made me jump.
And you let out a scream, involuntarily.
That's right. And then I felt the cushion over me head get lighter all of a sudden.
Presumably when the defendant got up in order to help the victim, yes. Or not. Could equally have been the moment the accused stood in order to stab his victim. What? Well, girl, did you see what happened at that crucial moment?
Yes, Dark.
Yeah, I saw it.
Huh?
I pushed up the cushion and had a quick butcher's while I had the chance, didn't I? The Irishman was sitting up the bloke what had fallen on the floor on the seat opposite.
That matches Mr. McGilder's account, of course.
But then the fella suddenly turned round and looks right at me. I sunk back down again, but it was too late by then. I never should have risked looking.
Alright.
Hold it!
And when Mr. McGilder discovered you, pulled you out from your hiding place?
I was scared stiff, I was. It dragged me out and sat me down on the seat and all.
Next to the victim, Mr. Mason.
Yeah, the bloke had a knife in his guts. He was still bleeding. And the carriage lurched a bit and he ended up falling under me. Ugh, how awful. Both my hands got covered in blood. It made me feel sick as a dog.
Both her hands covered in blood. That must be what the rooftop passengers saw. After that, I believe you talked with Mr. McGilded for a while, is that correct?
He asked me some stuff. Wanted to know my name and what I was up to and that. And I heard something from above. Someone screamed.
Yes, Mr. First, on the roof deck, one would presume.
Well, I didn't want no one seeing me face, so I didn't look up. And the horses were drawn up smartish, and this here Irishman says to me, "Get back under the seat. I'll see that you can get away later." All 6 members of the jury had decided that the defendant was innocent.
For one brief shining moment, yes.
It's clear that they are all still very unsure. If we could just find some conclusive piece of evidence among this new testimony, I'm sure we would clinch the verdict we want.
Yes, I think you're right. I think I have this niggling feeling. Something's bothering me, but I just can't quite put my finger on it.
Now I gotta check something again. Because the third statement. Let's press that again.
Hold it!
So you couldn't see out into the cabin at all?
Not a jot. Most days I push the cushion up with me head and look out the crack. And I can have a butcher at who I'm going to fiddle.
I thought you were a pickpocket, not a butcher.
I mean, I can have a look. The seat I get under ain't as plush as the other one's seat. So most of the time the passengers plant themselves opposite. But for some reason that night this here Irishman spent the whole journey right over me head.
And for that reason, you weren't able to push the cushion up to peek out, I see.
Truth is, I ain't too happy in small dark places.
Well, no.
Whoa! Ah, I see! So, we have a reaction then, do we? Hello? Let's pursue this, shall we?
Excuse me.
Excuse me!
Is something wrong, Mr. McGilded? Oh, I do apologize. Is there something the matter, Counsel? I'm just wondering if Miss Lestrade's last comment made something occur to you, perhaps.
Perhaps, maybe?
You seem to be thinking something to yourself.
Oh, no, it was nothing important. I was feeling bad for the poor lasses all. I remember feeling desperate myself as a young lad shut up in the dark. It was terrifying, so it was.
I see. Yes, I'm sure we can all sympathize. I'm still scared of the dark now.
Aye, and I don't know about yourself, but I find that the darkness seems to make everything you hear seem not that louder as well. Yeah. I suppose it does. Maybe.
Oh, Miss Lestrade. Did you hear something that night? Anything? An unusual noise, perhaps?
Nah, not really. All I could hear was the Irishman snoring.
Me Davis! There's no need to tell the whole world of me foibles, you little scamp!
What a pity. If only Miss Lestrade had heard something, it might have given us a vile new clue.
Yes. What should we make of that last statement of hers?
Wait! That's important! That's really important!
My lord, I believe the statement just made by the witness is profoundly important. Profoundly important? But all she said. What is that? She heard nothing. Yes, which is the profoundly important point. I'm almost sure of it. I'm almost sure I don't understand the inner workings of your Eastern Mind, Counsel. Nevertheless, Miss Gina Lestrade, you will supplement your formal testimony by repeating the last statement, please.
What? Peppermint? What are you on about? Don't give me all your fancy talk. I know what you're trying to do, but it won't work on me.
That's right. Insult the judge. Always a good move.
Yeah, that's a great move there, Gina. Great move. Well, new statement. Let's see. New statement. Let's press it.
So you were straining to hear what was happening the entire time, since the moment you hid yourself?
Not exactly, no.
Sorry?
Well, there was no one in the cabin to start with. I could just push the cushion up and have a buttress to see what was what. But then, when I saw this swell getting on, I got me head down so he didn't notice me.
And Mr. McGilded sat on the seat under which you were hiding, correct?
Yeah! Would you Adam and Eve it, eh? What a mug! And then all I could do was listen. I was waiting to jump out of there as soon as I heard him leave, see? Or would he? Not likely. Even though we stopped here and there, I never heard the door open. So I had to stay and listen to him driving his beaks to the market, snoring like an old dog he was.
Are there any conclusions we can draw from that, I wonder?
That doesn't add up. That doesn't add up.
Miss Lestrade, what you've just told the court. It clearly is at odd with the facts.
Ah!
At odds? Are you sure, man? Absolutely. It seems my learned Nipponese friend is not as dull-witted as I feared. So Von Zieks realized it too. Counsel, I must insist that you bolster your claim with evidence, or some complicit party's name at the very least. Yes, my lord. I expect you to demonstrate this alleged contradiction to the court. According to Miss Lestrade, whilst she was hiding in the omnibus that night, she heard nothing but the sound of Mr. McGilded snoring. But think, Ryunosuke, think! There's something else she should have heard.
Ah! She should have heard the other person getting on. She should have heard the victim getting on the cart.
Very well, my lord. Allow me to elaborate. On a particular sound that Miss Lestrade could not have failed to hear on the night in question. That sound clearly expressed by the presence of the following person.
The victim!
Take that!
Christ-fired Mason! Yes, my lord. Sound that Miss Lestrade cannot have failed to hear is that of the victim, Mr. Mason, boarding the omnibus. Order! Order! Explain your reasoning, counsel. Miss Lestrade, allow me to confirm something. Claimed earlier that you were the first person on board the omnibus. Is that correct?
Yeah, of course I was. I got on while the driver was in the pub, didn't I?
And the next person to board the omnibus was Mr. McGilded? That it was. Not a soul was in the cabin when I climbed aboard. At least not in plain sight. So you were, to all intents and purposes, alone in the enclosed cabin of the omnibus at the time?
Did I not just say as much?
I wasn't traveling with anyone else, if that's what you mean.
Yeah, I saw him get on, remember? Through the crack under the seat cushion. He was on his own for sure.
And from what we've heard, the carriage made a number of stops after that on its onward journey. During which time, you do not hear the door opening or closing at all.
Nah, I never heard it. That's exactly what I'm listening for, weren't it? Waiting for his swell to leave.
In which case, when and how did the victim end up in the carriage? Ah! We know that the victim collapsed inside the enclosed cabin of the omnibus. Therefore, Miss Lestrade's statement about what she did or did not hear is at odds with the facts.
Ah!
Yes, this petty thief's statement was clearly flawed. Lord Van Zieks! Yes. All too well that there was an inconsistency in Miss Lestrade's statement. It would seem words of thanks are in order for my learned friend. What are you talking about? You have demonstrated matters impeccably. This witness and her colorful are entirely unreliable. Her words are convenient untruths, nothing more.
He's dead, right?
How could the victim possibly not have boarded the omnibus? That makes no sense whatsoever. And this girl is a pickpocket. Let's not forget that. Ah! She didn't even say anything.
I didn't want to judge the dear little mite just because she had some rather naughty ways. But I must say, I can't abide liars.
And neither can I. Mr. Foreman! I didn't want to judge the girl just because she has some less than salubrious ways. But I must say, I cannot abide liars. Ah!
Mr. Naruto, that's 5 jury members leaning towards guilty.
Well, your consideration for others is refreshing, my Nipponiese friend. For the considerable troubles you have spared me. Yes, very refreshing. Ah! Yeah, what are you playing at? Have you forgotten who you're working for, you useless Eastern Amaran? This is a carnage. It's perfect. Juror number 2 is the only one left.
Mr. Naruto, the way this is going.
I know. If we can't find some new way to convince everyone of Mr. McGilda's innocence, the judge will rule out and will rule and we'll have lost.
I very much wanted to believe the words of one London's most respected gentleman. But those of us in service know we must accept hard truths.
Hold it!
Yes, the witness's last statement seems to have revealed a critical inconsistency in her story. However, if we consider the possibility that her statement is in fact the truth, she may shed an entirely new light on this whole case. What are you saying? Counsel!
I'm sorry, sir? Whatever do you mean?
Counsel, I will not tolerate you attempting to prorogue my adjudication. Explain yourself at once. When the accused boarded the omnibus on the night in question, the victim was nowhere to be seen. Subsequently, the carriage door was not heard opening a single time, as testified by the witness in the stand. And yet the victim's body was found inside the carriage. If this petty thief's words are to be believed, how do you explain the victim's miraculous appearance inside the cabin of the omnibus? There's only one way to explain how the victim came to be inside the carriage.
There's another entrance! It has to be.
that's the only way.
If the door wasn't open even once, the only explanation is that the victim entered the enclosed cabin some other way.
Objection!
I wonder what the new fantasy you would come up with in your blind panic. Yet behold, the omnibus is here for all to see. Only one side of the enclosed cabin is furnished with a door. The other only has windows. Fixed windows which cannot possibly open. In short, there is no entrance to the cabin other than a door.
Objection!
But there could be. There's one possibility you haven't considered. Uh-oh.
And what would that be?
Oh, really? Yes, one other way inside that isn't the door. Another opening, the use of which allowed the victim to appear inside the enclosed cabin. All right, counsel. The defense will identify the location for the court. Here is the omnibus on which the incident occurred. Where on earth is this entrance by which you propose the victim entered the cabin?
There's only one option. The skylight!
Take that!
The answer is obvious. It can only have been the skylight. I say, the skylight.
Objection!
Your ludicrous proposal almost had me lost for words. However,
Objection!
the skylight may well be large enough for someone to pass through.
Objection!
So you claim, but you have a shred of evidence to support your addle-brained theory. Both Mr. McGilded and Miss Lestrade said the same thing in their testimony. They each claimed to have heard a loud thud, such as the noise made by someone falling to the floor. Yes, it has already been explained, as the sound of the victim falling from his seat having been assaulted with a dagger. Yeah, it has. But would a man slipping from a seat onto the floor really have made such a loud noise as the witness described? A noise loud enough to cause Miss Lestrade to let out an involuntary cry, in fact. Good gracious! Perhaps, in fact, that was the moment that the victim made his entrance into the cabin. No, let me rephrase that. The victim didn't enter the cabin as such. He fell into it.
Objection!
You're now suggesting that the victim fell from the skylight into the cabin. That's simply impossible. How can you be so sure? Because if the victim had fallen inside through the skylight, as you say, the passengers on the roof deck would have seen it happen. And yet, not one person made mention of such events in their testimony. Well, yes, that's true, but...
Might a humble fella make a wee comment here?
Mr. McGilded?
To be sure, the two fellas who were sat on the roof that testified before said nothing of the victim falling through the skylight. But it seems to me, my lord, that 'tis not so much a case as them not saying, but... Aye. 'Tis a case of them being unable to say.
What?
I think perhaps the two fellas do be having something of a compelling reason to not mention what happened.
Oh?
Would you not agree, fine ladies and gentlemen of the jury? Oh my goodness! Surely not! Those two chaps on the roof.
You mean the ones who stuck that knife in the man were...
Ah!
Just what exactly are you insinuating here, you blatherer? Ooh. Uh-oh.
This isn't good.
Oh boy. You rotter! He said you rotter! What are you insinuating? This is a flaming outrage. I've a good mind to give you a blinker in a minute. He'll give you a shiner in a minute, he said, and so will I. Mr. Fairplay, you're effectively accusing me, a city gentleman and well-respected banker. And me, a very angry hatter. Suggesting that someone like me could have stabbed that man in the guts. It's a disgrace. It's scandalous. I protest. I protest in the strongest possible terms. That's right. I protest you too about you rotten scoundrel. Order, order, order. This is not the time, witnesses. I will not permit this wanton invasion of the stand. Return to the anteroom at once. But this is beyond reason, my lord. Ah, it's outrageous. It's very hurtful, you know. My lord, if I may comment. Go ahead, Lord Van Zeeks. It was the defense that incited this outburst from the witnesses. My learned friend has seen fit to abandon all protocol and accuse the witnesses without proof. Accuse? I never intended to. It seems, young Nipponese, that your command of the English tongue is wanting. Huh? You proposed to this court that the victim fell through the skylight from the roof deck of the omnibus. That hypothesis cannot possibly stand without the rooftop passengers being aware of the event. You have branded these gentlemen liars. You have intimated their criminal guilt. In our British court of law, that is what is termed a baseless accusation. I know I was rash to put this idea forward without any evidence, but you can't just dismiss it without a second thought. What are we wasting time for? Get them to testify! I thought there was something fishy about that hat from the moment I laid eyes on the fellow. We have to see this matter through now, one way or another.
If there's filth and rubbish in our midst, we must dispose of it at once. What's happening, Mr. Naruhodo? The spectators in the public gallery they're in a complete frenzy.
Mr. Fairplay and Mr. First. My lord, you will take the stand again and make another formal testimony in reference to the indictment brought by the defense. Yes, my lord. I didn't come here for this. There's no time to think this through. All I can do is keeping pushing forward.
And on that note, this is where we shall call it for today. Goodness gracious, why are these cases so dang long? Holy moly. Wow. I did not expect this case that we would get 4 hours into the case and not even be close to finishing. That's nuts. Well, what can you do though? Well, at least 4 hours is 4 hours of progress, so can't deny that. Well, what can you do? Alrighty though. Thank you so much for coming in, everybody. I hope that you enjoyed today's stream. Thank you for sticking around. Let's go ahead and find somebody to raid today before we head off. Who is live today? Who is live today? Ah. Pika Chica is live. We haven't raided Pika in a while. let's go ahead and raid our friend Pika Chica. It has been a hot minute since we've gotten to raid her. If you're headed over to the raid, which you please should, to support our friend at Pika Chica, please type Shade Slay Raid in the chat once we get over there, so that Pika knows that we are there to support her. Also, if you are headed over, be sure to follow all of her rules, as you would mine, and once again, as always, have fun. Alrighty. Tomorrow there is no stream, as I do not stream on Wednesdays. But Thursday, we will be back, and we will be playing through the Great Ace Attorney once more. I hope that you all enjoyed today's stream. I certainly did, but I'm definitely gonna get some food and some water and rest for a bit. Alrighty though. Thank you so much for coming, everybody, and I will see you all on Thursday for Professor Layton and the Azran Legacy. Bye! Stay sharp, Shade Slayers!